Far to the east of the Mediterranean Sea, and west of the rugged mountains of Persia, lies a stretch of land unlike any other in the ancient world. A vast open plain, cradled between two mighty rivers that have flowed, without pause, since long before the first walls of stone were raised. The rivers were called the Tigris and the Euphrates. The Tigris, swift and clear, cutting a sharp, restless path to the south. The Euphrates, wider and more gentle, meandering like a patient traveler toward the same distant sea. And between these two rivers, in the low fertile floodplains, they nourished, stretched the land known to the ancient Greeks as Mesopotamia, meaning the land between rivers. It was a land shaped by water and sky. Each spring, the rivers would swell with snowmelt from the mountains far to the north, spilling over their banks and leaving behind rich, silty soil. The land was flat, open, and boundless, a canvas of earth and river where early peoples could settle, plant, and build. Today, this region roughly corresponds to the modern nations of Iraq, southeastern Turkey, northeastern Syria, and parts of western Iran. It forms a vital part of what historians call the Fertile Crescent, a sweeping arc of arable land where human civilization first took root. It was here, in this slender cradle of soil and water, that the earliest cities rose, temples reached skyward, and humankind first inscribed its thoughts upon clay. A place where the rhythm of life was written by the rivers and the stars overhead. And so, it was from this gentle, sun-soaked land between rivers that history as we know it would quietly begin. As the gentle rivers of the Tigris and Euphrates traced their ancient paths across the plains, they created more than just a landscape of fertile earth and water. They shaped a cradle, a sanctuary in which the earliest expressions of human society would begin to stir. Here, in this quiet land between rivers, something remarkable happened. For tens of thousands of years, human beings had lived as wandering gatherers, following the herds and seasons, never staying long in one place. But in Mesopotamia, the rivers offered predictability, a promise of renewal each year as the floodwaters receded and left behind dark, nourishing soil. This steady abundance gave people a reason to settle, to build homes of mud brick, to plant fields of barley and wheat, to gather beneath the same sky, season after season. And as they did, the foundations of civilization slowly began to take shape. Mesopotamia holds a sacred place in history because it witnessed a series of human achievements so profound they would ripple through millennia. It was here that people first devised a system to record their thoughts, to track the passage of goods, to mark the cycles of time. The invention of writing, born from the simple need to count and account for harvests and trade, began with small clay tokens. Over time, these tokens evolved into markings on clay tablets, and soon after, into the earliest known written language, cuneiform. These wedge-shaped impressions recorded everything from the price of grain to ancient myths and royal decrees. But Mesopotamia's contributions did not end with the written word. It was in these ancient cities that the earliest legal codes were established, systems of law meant to settle disputes, assign responsibilities, and preserve order in growing communities. One day, these laws would be inscribed in stone for all to see, most famously in the Code of Hammurabi, but their origins stretch back to the earliest settlements of the land, between rivers. Equally extraordinary was the way these ancient peoples looked up at the night sky and sought to understand their place in the universe. They read the stars, mapped the movements of heavenly bodies, and wove the patterns of the cosmos into stories of gods and heroes. To them, the rivers, the earth, and the sky were threads in a great tapestry, and humanity itself a part of that divine order. In Mesopotamia, the essential tools of civilization, writing, law, and cosmological thought were not invented. In isolation, they were born of necessity, curiosity, and a desire to bring structure and meaning to a life shaped by the rhythm of the rivers and the vast, unending heavens above. And so, within this ancient land, the first great human experiment began, a world where ideas took root and the earliest whispers of civilization found their voice. The story of Mesopotamia stretches back further than most can easily imagine, to a time when the world was colder, and vast ice sheets still clung to the northern lands, around 10,000 BCE. As the last ice age slowly loosened its grip, the climate of the Near East began to warm. The rivers of the Tigris and Euphrates swelled with snowmelt from distant mountains, and small bands of people made their homes along their banks. They built simple shelters, gathered wild grains, and began the long, gradual shift from a life of wandering to one of settlement. By 7000 BCE, these early communities had begun to plant crops intentionally, domesticate animals, and construct walls around their villages. The seeds of civilization were quietly taking root. Around 5000 BCE, villages grew larger, and scattered settlements gave way to the first towns. Trade networks stretched out across the plains, and religious centers became the heart of these communities. Temples of mud brick rose above the flatlands, offering both protection and a connection to the heavens. Then, around 3500 BCE, the first true cities appeared. Places like Eridu, Uruk, and Ur began to flourish. Uruk, in particular, grew into a sprawling metropolis with monumental temples and public spaces. It was here that writing was born, carved into wet clay tablets with the tip of a reed dot by 2300 BCE. A man named Sargon of Akkad would forge these independent city-states into the world's first empire, stretching from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. After Sargon's empire fell, a period of chaos and renewal followed, leading to the rise of the third dynasty of Ur around 2100 BCE, a time of law codes, ziggurats, and revived culture. In the centuries that followed, shifting powers took turns holding Mesopotamia. The Amorites under Hammurabi in the 18th century BCE, the Kassites, the fierce Assyrians, and finally, the Neo-Babylonian Empire under Nebuchadnezzar II in the 6th century BCE. This long chapter of ancient history would gently close in 539 BCE, when Cyrus the Great of Persia entered Babylon and brought Mesopotamia into his vast empire. Though dynasties rose and fell, and centuries drifted by like silt upon the rivers, the spirit of Mesopotamia endured, its ideas carried forward on the current of time. Long before the first cities rose between the Tigris and Euphrates, long before temples reached for the heavens and kings carved their names into stone, the world was a colder, harsher place. The last ice age, a long chapter of human history, had held much of the northern world in its frozen grasp. Massive sheets of ice blanketed the higher lands of Europe and Asia, while great herds of animals roamed the open steppe, and small bands of humans followed them in search of food and shelter. But even the longest winters eventually yield to spring. Around 12,000 years ago, the earth began to warm. The vast ice sheets retreated, inch by inch, back toward the poles. And in the lands we now know as the Near East, the climate began to soften. The rivers that would one day nurture great cities swelled with meltwater from the mountains, and wide Plains of open grassland stretched as far as the eye could see. Trees returned to the hills. The air grew gentler, and seasons became more predictable. For the people living through this slow transformation, the world was changing in ways both subtle and profound. The animals they had followed for generations began to disappear from the grasslands, their great migrations disrupted by the shifting climate. But in their place, wild grains and edible plants flourished in the warming soil. For the first time in human memory, it became possible, perhaps even desirable, to remain in one place for longer stretches of time. People built simple shelters, from branches and reeds, gathering by rivers where the soil was rich and water plentiful. They learned to collect seeds, to tend wild crops, and to store food for the seasons to come. Though these early communities were small, numbering only a few families at first, they marked the beginning of a profound change, a turning point where human beings, shaped for so long by the movement of the earth and sky, began to shape the land in return. And so, as the cold centuries of the Ice Age gave way to warmth and light, the earliest threads of settled life were quietly woven into the tapestry of Mesopotamia. As the warming climate slowly reshaped the world, the people of the Near East began to settle in places where the land was rich and the waters ran close. No longer entirely bound to the restless life of hunter-gatherers, they discovered the quiet advantages of staying in one place, of tending small plots of land, harvesting wild grains, and storing food through the seasons. The earliest of these communities were humble in size and appearance, but they carried within them the seeds of something far greater. And in the ancient lands that would one day be called Mesopotamia, several of these settlements rose like quiet sparks against the soft glow of the warming earth. One of the first was Tel El-Murabet, a small settlement on the banks of the Euphrates River, dating to around 9000 BCE. This community consisted of modest, circular huts made from mud and reeds, built close together for protection and companionship. The people of Tel El-Murabet hunted gazelle, gathered wild plants, and began to experiment with cultivating grains. Though their lives remained closely tied to the rhythms of nature, there was a growing sense of permanence here, of a people beginning to see the value of returning to the same land, year after year. Further to the west, along the middle Euphrates, lay Abu Huraira. This settlement too began as a gathering place for hunter-gatherers around 11,500 years ago. But over time, the people of Abu Huraira gradually shifted toward farming, domesticating plants like rye and barley, and tending to animals such as sheep and goats. What makes Abu Huraira especially remarkable is the evidence of its continuous occupation across centuries of climate change and cultural transition. Within its layers of soil and stone, archaeologists have uncovered traces of early homes, simple, one-room structures with clay floors and hearths. The people here crafted stone tools, ground grain into flour, and buried their dead within the settlement itself, suggesting a deepening attachment to both the land and their ancestors. And yet, it was in Jericho, one of the oldest continuously inhabited places on earth, where the idea of a true town began to take shape. Located near a spring in the Jordan Valley, Jericho's earliest settlement dates to around 9600 BCE. Like the others, it began as a cluster of small huts, surrounded by fields of wild grasses and occasional herds of animals. But what set Jericho apart, what made it a landmark in human history, was the construction of a massive stone wall. Built around 8000 BCE, this wall encircled the settlement, standing nearly 4 meters high in places, with a stone tower rising from within its embrace. For a people who had so recently emerged from a world of impermanence, this was a monumental achievement. The wall wasn't merely a physical barrier, it was a symbol of something new, a recognition of the need to protect what had been built, to defend the lives, homes, and harvests within. The reasons for constructing such a wall remain the subject of careful study. Perhaps it was meant to hold back the floodwaters that sometimes surged through the valley, or perhaps it was a shield against rival groups of humans, as the first signs of organized conflict appeared alongside the benefits of settled life. Whatever its purpose, the Wall of Jericho speaks to a changing world, one in which humans no longer drifted with the seasons, but instead anchored themselves to a particular patch of earth. They began to shape their environment to suit their needs, to plan for future seasons, and to imagine futures beyond the present harvest. Within the shelter of those ancient walls, the people of Jericho lived, worked, and dreamed. They raised families, planted fields, and watched as the familiar patterns of sun and stars returned year after year. For the first time in human history, entire generations would be born, live out their days, and be laid to rest within the same stretch of land. The discovery of communal walls at places like Jericho marks a profound moment in the human story. It signals the birth of organized society, where cooperation, labor, and shared responsibility were essential for survival. It hints at the beginnings of leadership, decision-making, and perhaps even early forms of governance, as decisions had to be made about when to build, how to defend, and how to care for the needs of an entire community. And though the walls themselves have long since crumbled, their memory endures in the soil and stone, and in the enduring patterns of human settlement that followed in these earliest settlements. Tel El Murabet, Abu Huraira, and Jericho, we catch the first glimpses of what would become cities. They remind us of a time when humanity stood on the threshold between the old ways of wandering and the new rhythms of settled life. It was a quiet beginning, born from the land itself, shaped by rivers and seasons, and carried forward by the hands of those who built shelters from mud, gathered grain by hand, and raised walls of stone against the night. And from these humble beginnings, a great and ancient civilization would soon emerge. As the earliest settlements took root along the soft, fertile banks of the Tigris and Euphrates, a quiet revolution was unfolding, one that would forever alter the course of human history for countless generations. People had lived by what the land and wild animals freely provided. They hunted gazelle and wild boar, gathered nuts and berries, and plucked ripening grains from open fields. But slowly, a new way of life began to emerge, one shaped not by the unpredictable generosity of nature, but by careful human hands. The domestication of grains was among the earliest and most significant of these changes. People began to notice which plants yielded the largest, fullest heads of grain, and which fields produced the best harvests. They learned to gather seeds from these favored plants, to scatter them intentionally across the fields near their homes, and to tend to the growing stalks. Over time, the wild grasses of Mesopotamia, especially varieties of wheat and barley, were transformed through simple selection into more reliable, nourishing crops. Grain fields became a vital source of food security, no longer dependent upon luck or wandering. The people could harvest what they themselves had planted, with surplus grains stored in clay jars or woven baskets. Families could survive lean seasons and plan for the future. Alongside the fields, a similar transformation was taking place among the animals. goats and sheep, once hunted across open grasslands, were brought into settlements, kept in pens, and gradually domesticated. The animals grew calmer around humans, and the people, in turn, learned to breed them for meat, milk, wool, and hides. Cattle were added to these herds, valued not only for their size and strength, but also for their ability to pull simple plows, making the cultivation of larger fields possible. The domestication of animals was about more than food. It meant dependable clothing from wool, labor for the growing fields, and a steady supply of milk and cheese for children and elders. This gradual mastery over plants and animals laid the foundation for everything that would follow, for with stable food, supplies, and secure settlements, people could begin to dream beyond the hunt, beyond mere survival, and toward the building of something lasting. And so, quietly and patiently, the agricultural revolution began. As the first farmers planted their fields and tended their animals along the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates, they quickly discovered both a blessing and a challenge in their watery homeland. The rivers, generous and life-giving, could also be unpredictable each year. As winter's snow melted in the distant mountains, the rivers would rise sometimes gently, sometimes with sudden floods spilling their waters across the plains. These floods left behind rich, fertile soil, perfect for growing crops. But if the waters were too high or too low, crops could be destroyed, or fields left parched and barren to survive and thrive. The people of Mesopotamia had to learn to control the water itself, and so, slowly and patiently, they developed the art of irrigation, a system of channels, ditches, and canals that guided the river's waters to where they were needed most. By digging canals from the rivers, farmers could carry water across the land, even to fields far from the riverbanks. They built small dams and levees to hold back floods, carefully directing water in measured flows. This innovation was nothing short of revolutionary. With irrigation, the people could grow crops beyond the reach of natural flooding, extending their fields deeper into the plains. Crops grew more reliably year after year, and food supplies increased. Surplus harvests meant that not everyone needed to work. The landsome could become craftsmen, traders, or priests. But irrigation also required careful cooperation. Water was a shared resource, and its management demanded planning and organization. Communities worked together to build and maintain canals, deciding who could use water and when. This cooperation was the seed from which more complex social structures would grow. The control of water became a central concern for early Mesopotamian societies. The rivers, once wild and unpredictable, were tamed to serve human needs, and through irrigation, the land itself seemed to come alive, transforming from a natural gift into a cultivated, nurtured partner in the human journey. Irrigation was more than just an agricultural tool. It was a foundation for civilization. It allowed populations to grow, towns to expand, and economies to flourish. In time, the great cities of Eridu and Uruk would rise on the back of these life-giving waters, their prosperity flowing from the careful hands of those who learned to bend rivers to their will. As irrigation brought more reliable harvests and food surpluses, the small farming villages along the rivers began to change. Where once only a few families had lived side by side, now larger groups gathered, drawn by the promise of fertile land and abundant resources. These villages slowly grew into bustling settlements, where people lived not only to farm but to trade, craft, and share ideas. Communities built stronger homes from sun-dried bricks, organized themselves into neighborhoods, and constructed public spaces for gathering and ceremony. Among the earliest and most remarkable of these early urban centers was Eridu, often considered the oldest city in Mesopotamia. Eridu began as a humble village around 5400 BCE, but gradually evolved into a thriving center of religious and social life. At its heart stood a grand temple dedicated to the god Enki, the deity of water and wisdom. The temple was more than a place of worship. It was a hub of administration, storage, and community planning, shaping life around it. Farther north along the Euphrates, the city of Uruk rose to even greater prominence. By around 3500 BCE, had become the largest city in the world, its population swelling to tens of thousands. Its impressive walls stretched for miles, enclosing bustling markets, residential quarters, and enormous temples called ziggurat-stepped pyramids that reached toward the sky, symbolizing the link between earth and the divine. Uruk was a city of innovation. It is here that we find the earliest evidence of writing, complex government, and monumental architecture. Craftsmen produced fine pottery and metalwork, while merchants traded goods across vast distances, connecting Uruk with faraway lands. The growth of these cities marked a turning point in human history. People lived and worked in larger communities, and social life became more complex. Roles and responsibilities began to divide. Some tended the fields, others crafted tools or built structures, and some took on leadership and religious duties. Yet, life in these early cities was not without its challenges. Managing the growing population required careful planning. Water systems had to be maintained, food stores needed protection, disputes had to be settled. Governance became essential. Through these challenges, the early cities of Mesopotamia laid the foundations of urban life communities where people could live together, support one another, and create cultures that would echo through history. From the humble beginnings of farming villages to the mighty walls of Eridu and Uruk, the transformation was profound. In these places, the story of civilization was truly beginning to unfold. As the first cities like Eridu and Uruk grew larger and more complex, the people who lived within their walls found that life was no longer the simple shared existence of small villages. A new social order was beginning to emerge, one shaped by differences in wealth, power, and responsibility. At the heart of this emerging order were the temple's monumental centers dedicated to the city's gods. These temples were more than just places of worship. They became the hubs of economic and political life. Priests and priestesses oversaw vast estates of farmland, managed food storage, and organized labor for public works. Their authority extended beyond spiritual matters into everyday life, making them powerful figures in early Mesopotamian society, alongside the temple elites. A growing class of nobles and officials began to take shape. These were administrators, scribes, and military leaders who helped govern the cities and enforce laws. They lived in larger houses, wore finer clothing, and controlled resources that common farmers and artisans did not. The majority of people, however, remained farmers, craftsmen, and laborers, each contributing to the city's survival, but with fewer privileges and less influence. This division of labor and status is what historians call social stratification. The reasons for this stratification were practical as well as cultural. Running a city required coordination. Someone had to organize irrigation, collect taxes, settle disputes, and lead defenses. Leaders needed resources to build walls and temples and to support specialized workers like metal workers, merchants, and scribes. At the same time, the belief systems of Mesopotamia reinforced this social hierarchy. Kings and priests were seen as chosen by the gods or even semi-divine themselves, serving as bridges between heaven and earth. This sacred authority justified their power and helped maintain order among the people as cities grew. So did the importance of temple-centered communities. Around the temples, workshops and markets thrived. Artisans produced finely crafted goods, traders exchanged valuable materials, and religious festivals brought people together, strengthening communal bonds. This delicate balance of spiritual leadership, elite power, and common laborers laid the foundation for the political and social systems that would shape Mesopotamian civilization for centuries. In the walls of these early cities, we see the birth of a new way of living, one where society was organized by roles and ranks, united by faith, and driven by the shared need to survive and prosper together. As Mesopotamian cities grew in size and complexity, their inhabitants sought new ways to improve their daily lives and strengthen their communities. One of the most important developments during this time was the advancement of toolmaking, marking, the beginning of what historians call the Copper Age. Before copper, tools and weapons were primarily made from stone and bone, effective, but limited in strength and durability. The discovery of copper and the techniques to smelt and shape it opened new possibilities. Copper tools were sharper, stronger, and more reliable than their stone predecessors. They allowed farmers to cultivate larger fields, artisans to create finer crafts, and builders to raise more ambitious structures. The rise of copper technology didn't happen overnight. It was a gradual process, learned through trial, error, and innovation. Communities near sources of copper or began experimenting with heating and hammering the metal, passing down knowledge through generations. This new skill sparked demand for copper itself, which was not always readily available nearby. As a result, trade networks expanded across Mesopotamia and beyond, linking cities, villages, and distant lands in a web of exchange. Merchants carried copper, precious stones, timber, and luxury goods along rivers and overland routes, trading with neighbors and far-off peoples. These networks brought new materials, ideas, and technologies into Mesopotamian cities, enriching their cultures and economies. Trade was not just about goods, it was also about relationships. Long-distance exchange created bonds of trust and cooperation, sometimes sealed through marriage alliances or treaties. The prosperity that trade brought helped fund public works like irrigation, canals, and temples, further strengthening city life. The Copper Age thus stands as a turning pointer, bridge between simple subsistence and complex civilization. It allowed Mesopotamians to harness new materials and connect with a wider world, laying the groundwork for the vibrant economies and cultural achievements that would follow. Through the glint of copper tools and the bustle of trade routes, we glimpse the pulse of a growing civilization, curious, inventive, and reaching ever outward toward the future. As the cities of Mesopotamia flourished, so too did the need to record, organize, and communicate complex information. With growing populations, expanding trade, and intricate religious and administrative systems, a new tool became essential: writing. The story of writing begins humbly with small clay tokens, simple shapes made from clay, each representing goods such as grain, livestock, or oil. These tokens were used as counters to keep track of economic transactions and inventories. They were like early accounting tools, helping priests and officials manage the city's resources. Over time, the tokens were pressed into soft clay tablets, leaving impressions that stood for the objects themselves. From these impressions came the first pictograph symbols that visually represented things in the world. A drawing of a sheep meant, quite simply, sheep. But as societies became more complex, so did their need for writing. Words for actions, ideas, and abstract concepts were needed, things that pictures alone could not easily convey. This led to the gradual development of a more abstract system, where signs stood not just for objects but for sounds and syllables. This evolving script became known as cuneiform, named for the wedge-shaped marks made by a stylus pressed into clay. Cuneiform allowed scribes to record laws, religious texts, stories, and even personal letters. One of the most famous works written in cuneiform is the Epic of Gilgamesh, a poetic tale of friendship, adventure, and the search for immortality. The invention of writing was a profound leap. It transformed human memory into something tangible and lasting. With writing, knowledge could be stored, shared, and passed down across generations, building the foundation for history, literature, and law. In Mesopotamia, the written word was not just a tool, it was a symbol of civilization itself, a sign that humanity had stepped into a new era of self-awareness and cultural achievement. As the fertile plains of Mesopotamia flourished, the Sumerians emerged as one of the earliest great civilizations, shaping the land with their remarkable cities. Among these, Uruk stands out as the crown jewel, one of the first true cities in human history. By around 3500 BCE, Uruk had grown to a bustling metropolis, its population swelling to tens of thousands. The city was surrounded by massive walls, built to protect its people and mark its grandeur. Inside those walls, life was a vibrant tapestry of bustling markets, residential quarters, workshops, and sacred spaces. The heart of Uruk's spiritual and civic life was its monumental architecture, which rose boldly against the flat landscape. One of the most iconic structures was the White Temple, perched atop a high platform known as a ziggurat. This stepped pyramid was not merely a building, but a symbol, a towering bridge between earth and the heavens. The temple was dedicated to the god Onu, the sky deity, and served as a place where priests could perform rituals, offer sacrifices, and communicate with the divine. Ziggurats like the White Temple were architectural marvels, built with millions of mud bricks, their tiers rising in successive steps, each level smaller than the one below. These impressive structures not only emphasized the city's religious devotion, but also showcased the ingenuity and organizational skills of the Sumerians. Beyond Uruk, other Sumerian cities such as Eridu, Lagash, and Nippur also featured monumental temples and ziggurats, each dedicated to different gods and goddesses. Eridu, often regarded as the oldest city in Mesopotamia, was home to the temple of Enki, the god of water and wisdom. These religious centers were the focal points of their communities, serving as places of worship, administration, and economic management. The urban layout of Sumerian cities reflected their complex social and religious fabric. Wide streets connected neighborhoods, marketplaces buzzed with traders and artisans, and administrative buildings housed officials who managed everything from irrigation to trade. The scale and craftsmanship of the monumental architecture demonstrated not only religious fervor, but also the city's wealth and power. Constructing these massive buildings required the labor of thousands, coordinated by skilled planners and overseers, highlighting the advanced social organization of the time. In essence, Sumerian cities, like Uruk, were more than mere settlements. They were living, breathing centers of culture, spirituality, and innovation, places where humanity's earliest grand dreams took shape in brick and mortar, reaching toward the sky and the gods above. In the earliest days of Sumerian city-states, leadership was often a shared and community-centered affair. Villages and small settlements were typically governed by councils of elders, respected members of the community chosen for their wisdom and experience. These councils made decisions on matters such as resource management, dispute resolution, and organizing communal labor. As cities like Uruk expanded, the increasing complexity of society called for more centralized leadership. The challenges of managing irrigation systems, defending against external threats, and overseeing growing populations demanded a stronger, more organized authority. Gradually, the role of priest leaders emerged, blending spiritual and political power. These figures, often called ensi or lugals, were believed to serve as intermediaries between the gods and the people. They led religious ceremonies, interpreted divine will, and administered city affairs. Their authority was rooted in the belief that the gods had chosen them to maintain order and prosperity. Temples became centers not only of worship but also of governance. Overseeing large estates and controlling resources, the priest-kings wielded significant influence, directing labor for public works like canals and walls, and maintaining justice according to divine laws. Over time, the power of these priest-kings evolved into a more secular form of kingship. The royal kingship, the term lugal in Sumerian, began to emphasize military leadership and territorial control. Kings led armies to defend their cities and to expand their influence over neighboring city-states. This shift marked the emergence of monarchs who combined religious sanction with political and military authority. Royal inscriptions and artifacts from this period show kings as warriors and builders, patrons of the gods and lawgivers. They justified their rule through divine favor, claiming that their power was granted by the gods to protect and guide their people. This institutional development of leadership from councils of elders, through priest-kings to royal monarchs, laid the foundation for governance in Mesopotamia for centuries to come. It was a system that balanced religion, politics, and military strength, shaping the city-state's social fabric and their interactions with each other. Thus, the Sumerian city-states not only gave birth to some of the earliest urban centers, but also pioneered the complex institutions of leadership that would influence civilizations long after. In the ancient cities of Sumer, religion was woven into the very fabric of daily life. The Sumerians believed that the world around them was alive with divine forces, and that their gods controlled everything from the weather and fertility to justice and fate. At the very top of the divine hierarchy was An, the god of the sky and the father of all gods. An was seen as the supreme authority, distant yet powerful, whose decisions shaped the cosmos. Though rarely worshipped directly by ordinary people, his presence was felt in every aspect of the heavens and the earth. Next in importance was the god of air, wind, and storms. Enlil was considered the king of the gods on earth, the one who granted kingship to mortals and controlled the destinies of cities and nations. He was both a protector and a formidable force capable of destruction and renewal. Enki, the god of water, wisdom, and creation, played a crucial role in Sumerian mythology. He was a benevolent deity, known for his cleverness and generosity. Enki was the patron of craftsmen, farmers, and magicians, those who shaped and sustained human civilization. His wisdom was often called upon to solve problems and bring balance. Among the most beloved deities was Inanna, the goddess of love, beauty, fertility, and war. Inanna embodied the contradictions of life. She could bring life and passion, but also fierce protection and destruction. Her myths tell of journeys to the underworld, battles for power, and the eternal cycle of life and death. Each Sumerian city-state had its own patron god or goddess, whose temple formed the spiritual and economic center of the city. People believed that these gods lived in the temples, and their favor was essential for the city's well-being. Daily rituals, offerings, and festivals were held to honor the gods and secure their blessings. This deep religious belief system provided meaning and order in a sometimes unpredictable world. It explained natural phenomena, justified social structures, and united communities in shared worship through stories, prayers, and sacred architecture. The Sumerians connected with their gods, believing that maintaining this divine relationship was key to prosperity, peace, and survival. In the ancient world of Sumer, writing began as a practical tool born from the everyday needs of growing cities. At first, simple pictographs and clay tokens served to keep track of goods, grain, livestock, and trade items. This early form of record-keeping was essential for managing resources, especially in temple estates and marketplaces. But over time, writing evolved far beyond mere accounting. As cities became more complex, so too did the demands on their written records. Sumerians developed cuneiform, a system of wedge-shaped marks pressed into clay tablets with a stylus, which allowed them to capture sounds, ideas, and stories. With cuneiform, scribes could write laws, ensuring justice was consistent and public. One of the earliest known law codes, predating even Hammurabi's, was created in Sumer to regulate contracts, punishments, and social behavior. Writing made governance transparent, holding leaders accountable and protecting citizens' rights. But the power of writing extended to culture and knowledge as well. Scribes recorded literature, like the famous epic of Gilgamesh, a rich tale exploring friendship, mortality, and the search for meaning. These stories offered insights into human nature and the values of Sumerian society. Medical texts were also written down, containing remedies, diagnoses, and rituals to heal the sick. This preservation of knowledge allowed skills and traditions to be passed down through generations, improving health and well-being. The role of scribes was crucial. They were the gatekeepers of this growing body of knowledge. Scribes underwent rigorous training in specialized schools, learning to read, write, and perform complex calculations. They served temples, palaces, and merchants, recording everything from tax payments to royal decrees. Because literacy was rare and valuable, scribes held an elite position in society. They were trusted advisors, skilled professionals who shaped the flow of information and power. Writing in Sumer was not just a tool, it was a transformative force that connected people across time and space, laying the foundation for civilization itself. Through written words, the past was remembered, laws were enforced, stories were told, and knowledge endured. In ancient Sumer, the economy was as vibrant and complex as the cities themselves. At the heart of economic life were the temple estates, vast tracts of land owned and managed by the city's religious institutions. Temples were not only spiritual centers but also powerful economic hubs. They controlled fields, livestock, workshops, and laborers, overseeing the production of food, crafts, and goods. Priests and temple officials organized the work of farmers, weavers, potters, and metalworkers. The wealth generated supported religious activities, maintained the temples, and funded public projects like canals and city walls. In many ways, the temple was the largest employer and landholder in Sumer. Alongside temple-controlled production, private trade flourished. Merchants and artisans operated markets where goods were bought and sold: grain, textiles, pottery, and luxury items like lapis lazuli and metals. Trade was essential not only within city walls, but also between cities and distant regions. Sumer's position between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers made it a natural crossroads for commerce. Riverboats and caravans carried goods across Mesopotamia and beyond, linking Sumer to regions such as Anatolia, the Persian Gulf, and the Indus Valley. This exchange introduced new materials, ideas, and technologies, enriching Sumerian life, trade. Networks were supported by the use of silver and barley as standardized measures of value, facilitating transactions and taxation. Markets bustled with activity, and the demand for exotic goods spurred innovation and exploration. Economic life in Sumer was deeply intertwined with religion and governance. Temple records, kept by skilled scribes, detailed every transaction and allocation of resources, ensuring order and accountability. This dynamic economy laid the groundwork for urban growth and social complexity, helping the Sumerians build one of the world's first great civilizations, civilization where faith, trade, and daily life were intricately connected. The rise of the Sumerian city-states was fueled not only by social and political change, but also by remarkable technological innovations. Among these, the invention of the potter's wheel stands out as a symbol of creativity and efficiency. Before its introduction, pottery was made by hand, a slow and laborious process. With the potter's wheel, artisans could shape clay more quickly and with greater precision, producing vessels of uniform size and shape. This advancement revolutionized daily life, enabling the storage and transport of food, water, and other goods, which was vital for growing urban populations. Another groundbreaking innovation was the development of wheeled vehicles. The earliest carts and wagons allowed people to move heavy loads more easily across land, facilitating trade and communication between settlements. These vehicles were typically pulled by oxen or donkeys and played a crucial role in expanding the reach of Sumerian commerce and military campaigns. Alongside these mechanical inventions, Sumerians made significant strides in metallurgy. They moved from using simple stone and bone tools to crafting objects from copper and later bronze, an alloy of copper and tin. Bronze tools and weapons were stronger and more durable, providing advantages in agriculture, craftsmanship, and warfare. This era, often called the Copper Age or Early Bronze Age, marked a major leap in human technology. One of the most sophisticated Sumerian achievements was the development of the sexagesimal number system, a base-60 counting method. This system underpinned their mathematics, astronomy, and timekeeping. Even today, we see echoes of it in how we divide hours into 60 minutes and circles into 360 degrees. The sexagesimal system allowed Sumerian scribes and scholars to perform complex calculations, crucial for architecture, land measurement, and calendar creation. Together, these innovations transformed Sumerian society, making it more productive, connected, and capable of supporting large urban centers. They laid the technical foundations for later civilizations and influenced human progress for millennia. In the thriving city-states of ancient Sumer, society was organized into distinct social layers, each with its own roles, rights, and responsibilities. At the top were the elites, kings, priests, wealthy landowners, and high-ranking officials who controlled political power and vast resources. Beneath them were artisans, traders, farmers, and laborers. Forming the backbone of Sumer's bustling economy, social status was often hereditary, with privileges and duties passed down through families. However, there was also room for mobility, particularly through trade, craftsmanship, or service in religious institutions. Women's roles in Sumerian society were diverse and essential, though shaped by social status and cultural norms. Women could be farmers, merchants, priestesses, artisans, or members of the royal family, and some even owned property or managed businesses. Priestesses held significant religious authority, performing rituals and managing temple estates, placing them among the most influential women. Marriage and family life was central to social stability. Legal documents, often recorded by scribes, detailed marriage contracts, dowries, and inheritance rights, protecting women's economic interests in many cases. Despite the patriarchal framework, women's legal rights in Sumer were relatively advanced for the ancient world. Yet, like many ancient societies, women's freedom was limited compared to men's, especially in public and political spheres. Their primary roles often centered on the household and child rearing. Though notable exceptions existed, stories and myths from Sumerian culture reflect both admiration and caution regarding women's power and influence. Goddesses like Inanna embodied strength, fertility, and complexity, inspiring respect and fear alike. Overall, the social structure of Sumer was a delicate balance of hierarchy and function, where everyone, men and women, played vital roles in sustaining their cities. Understanding these dynamics helps us appreciate the complexities of early urban life and the foundations of human civilization. As the city-states of Sumer flourished, competition and conflict became inevitable. Each city, Uruk, Ur, Lagash, and others vied for control over fertile lands, water resources, and trade routes. This rivalry often erupted into warfare, with armies clashing over boundaries and prestige. Despite their shared culture and language, city-states fiercely defended their independence. Temporary alliances sometimes formed but were fragile, breaking down as soon as interests diverged. These ongoing conflicts led to the construction of defensive walls and fortifications around cities, symbolizing both strength and vulnerability. Military leaders rose in prominence, sometimes transforming into rulers who combined religious authority with military power. This evolution helped lay the foundation for centralized kingship, replacing the earlier councils of elders and priest-kings. The constant struggle among Sumerian city-states also made them vulnerable to external forces. Nomadic tribes and neighboring peoples watched these conflicts closely, ready to exploit divisions. Eventually, groups from outside Mesopotamia, like the Akkadians, would unite the region under a single rule. The rise of the Akkadian Empire under Sargon marked a turning point, the era of independent city-states and ushering in a new imperial age. Sargon's conquests brought peace through unification, but also introduced new political dynamics and challenges. Thus, the fierce rivalries and wars among Sumerian city-states, while driving innovation and state-building, also sowed the seeds for their loss of autonomy. These early conflicts were the groundwork for centuries of shifting empires that would shape Mesopotamia's history. Around 2300 BCE, a remarkable figure emerged in Mesopotamian history, Sargon of Akkad. His story is one of ambition, vision, and military genius, marking a turning point in the ancient world. Sargon began his life in humble circumstances, possibly as a cupbearer in the court of a Sumerian city. Yet, through skill and determination, he rose to power, eventually conquering the fragmented city-states of Sumer. Unlike the independent city-states before him, Sargon united these regions into a vast empire, stretching from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea. This empire was unlike anything seen before, a multi-ethnic realm that included diverse peoples with different languages, customs, and traditions. Sargon's achievement was not merely military conquest, but the forging of a new political entity where various groups lived under a single authority. His capital, Akkad, became a vibrant center of administration and culture, symbolizing the unity of this empire. The empire's vastness required new approaches to governance and control, setting the stage for future empires. Sargon's success inspired awe and sometimes fear, as his name echoed through generations as the model of a powerful ruler. He broke the cycle of city-state rivalry, establishing a precedent for centralized rule that would influence Mesopotamia and beyond for centuries. Yet, despite his achievements, much about Sargon's life remains shrouded in legend and mystery. Stories about his birth and rise circulate, blending history with myth, highlighting the lasting impression he left on Mesopotamian culture. The rise of Sargon of Akkad represents the birth of empire itself, a complex, multi-ethnic, political system capable of managing vast territories and diverse peoples under one crown. This moment redefined the ancient Near East and laid the foundations for the imperial age to come. After establishing his empire, Sargon of Akkad faced the immense challenge of holding together a vast and diverse territory. To maintain control and unity over the many different peoples, languages, and cities, he implemented several key strategies that became the backbone of imperial administration. One of the most important was the promotion of a common language. While Sumerian remained the language of religion and culture, Akkadian, a Semitic tongue spoken by Sargon's own people, became the administrative language across the empire. This linguistic unification helped smooth communication between the central government and distant provinces, facilitating governance and record-keeping. Sargon also introduced standardized weights and measures, a crucial innovation for trade and taxation. Before this, each city-state had its own systems, causing confusion and disputes. By standardizing these units, the empire ensured fairness in commerce and taxation, strengthening economic integration across regions. Merchants, farmers, and officials all benefited from this clarity, which encouraged trade and economic growth within the empire. Another pillar of Sargon's power was the creation of a standing army, a professional and well-equipped force loyal to the empire rather than individual cities. This military force allowed rapid response to rebellions or external threats, securing the empire's borders and maintaining internal order. Soldiers were stationed throughout the empire, symbolizing the presence and authority of the central government even in distant lands. These strategies worked together to transform a collection of independent city-states into a more cohesive political entity. By unifying language, economy, and military power, Sargon laid the groundwork for imperial governance that lasted long after his reign. Yet these innovations also brought challenges, requiring constant management and resources. Still, the success of these strategies underpinned the Akkadian Empire's remarkable expansion and influence in ancient Mesopotamia. Sargon's approach became a model for future empires, demonstrating how practical administration and centralized control could hold vast, diverse populations together under a single rule. For the people living under Sargon's Akkadian Empire, daily life changed in both visible and subtle ways. An imperial system brought with it a new order, new opportunities, and new hardships, the twin realities that always accompany centralized rule. On one hand, there were clear benefits. For merchants, artisans, and farmers, the empire's unification of weights, measures, and language made trade and communication far smoother. Merchants could now travel along safer, guarded roads, transporting goods between cities that had once warred with one another. Markets expanded, and luxuries like precious stones, metals, and exotic woods flowed more freely across the empire's regions. A more predictable tax system also meant that farmers and craftsmen could anticipate their obligations, rather than suffer under the unpredictable demands of local warlords. The standing army, while a symbol of imperial power, also provided security. Cities that had once lived in fear of neighboring raids could now focus on harvests, building, and trade. Even the distant frontiers of the empire felt the stabilizing presence of Sargon's soldiers. However, alongside these benefits came undeniable burdens. Imperial rule demanded loyalty and resources. Taxes, though more regular, could be heavy, especially during military campaigns or construction projects. Local leaders who resisted Akkadian authority faced swift and brutal reprisals, and rebellions were met with harsh punishment. Moreover, forced labor became a tool of empire. Large-scale construction projects, ziggurats, canals, palaces, often required thousands of laborers, many of whom were conscripted peasants. For ordinary people, seasons of labor meant leaving families and fields behind, sometimes for months at a time. Cultural and religious practices also felt pressure. While the empire tolerated local customs, temples increasingly came under royal oversight, and Sargon's promotion of Akkadian language in administration reduced the influence of traditional Sumerian elites. Life under the empire was, in truth, a balance. Peace and order expanded opportunities, while taxation and conscription weighed heavily on daily life. For some, these years brought prosperity. For others, quiet resentment in the stillness of ancient nights, as flickering oil lamps cast soft light on mud-brick walls. Farmers, scribes, and merchants alike wondered what this great empire would mean for their children. A question civilizations have asked since time began. After Sargon's death, the empire he forged did not immediately collapse. Instead, it passed into the hands of his descendants, most notably his grandson, Naram-Sin, a ruler whose ambition and boldness would leave an indelible mark on the ancient world. Naram-Sin inherited both a thriving empire and the daunting challenge of maintaining it. Like his grandfather, he commanded a vast territory, with cities and lands stretching from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea. Yet ruling such a sprawling dominion required not just strength, but also careful diplomacy and, at times, ruthless force. Naram-Sin distinguished himself through his military campaigns. He led expeditions against rebellious city-states and hostile peoples on the empire's fringes. One of his most famous victories came against the Lulubi, a mountain tribe to the northeast. To commemorate this, Naram-Sin commissioned a remarkable stone relief, the Victory Stele of Naram-Sin, which depicted him towering above his enemies, wearing a horned helmet traditionally reserved for the gods. This moment reveals much about Naram-Sin's reign. For the first time in Mesopotamian history, a king openly declared himself a living god. He adopted titles like King of the Four Quarters of the World, a claim to universal rule. In temples and inscriptions, he was no longer portrayed merely as the chosen of the gods, but as a divine being in his own right. This audacious move both solidified his authority and stirred discomfort among the priestly class and more conservative city-states. Though many bowed to his will, whispers of unease followed the king who dared to ascend to the realm of the divine. Under Naram-Sin's rule, the empire reached its territorial peak. Trade flourished, monumental buildings rose, and the language spread further as the language of government and commerce. Yet, even in the empire's splendor, signs of strain appeared. Rebellions flared along distant borders, and pressure from nomadic groups in the west and east slowly mounted. Though Naram-Sin's armies suppressed these uprisings, the cost of constant warfare and the burdens placed upon the population began to erode the empire's foundations. In the fading light of his reign, the stage was set for future crises. The god-king would soon be gone, and with him, the fragile balance that held his empire together. As the reign of Naram-Sin waned, the Akkadian Empire, once proud and unyielding, began to show deep cracks in its foundations. Like many great empires, it was not a single blow that felled it, but a slow, relentless series of internal and external pressures, each one a thread unraveling the tapestry of power Sargon and his successors had so carefully woven. Internally, the vastness of the empire proved a double-edged sword. Maintaining control over distant city-states, each with their own traditions, rivalries, and ambitions, was an endless challenge. While Naram-Sin's military might kept rebellion at bay during his lifetime, the sheer cost of constant warfare placed a heavy burden upon the population. Taxes rose, conscription emptied villages of able-bodied men, and famines began to visit the once fertile lands of Mesopotamia. Worse still, signs of environmental stress appeared. A series of prolonged droughts, perhaps linked to wider climatic shifts, caused the Tigris and Euphrates rivers to recede. Fields that once yielded generous harvests turned dry and brittle, and communities along the water's edge began to struggle. Without reliable food supplies, tensions within cities grew. Records hint at local unrest, hunger, and a growing discontent with imperial demands. Meanwhile, beyond the empire's frontiers, external threats gathered. To the north and east, highland peoples, once easily subdued, grew bolder. Among them, the Gutians, fierce tribes from the Zagros Mountains, saw an opportunity as Akkadian strength faltered. These mountain warriors, long considered peripheral threats, descended into Mesopotamia in waves. One by one, the outlying cities and provinces began to fall. Weakened garrisons could no longer defend against determined attacks, and isolated governors lost contact with the imperial heartland. Babylon, Kish, and other important centers declared independence or fell to invaders by the time of Naram-Sin's successors. The empire's ability to project power had diminished. The once organized bureaucracy fragmented, military discipline eroded, and loyalties shifted. Faced with both internal rebellions and relentless external raids, Akkad's dominion collapsed. The final blow came when the Gutians overran the heart of the empire. Akkad's cities were abandoned, its monuments left to the sands, and the great experiment of empire lay in ruin. A cautionary echo for those who would seek to rule the world. Though the Akkadian Empire would ultimately fall, its legacy lingered, like faint echoes carried upon the desert wind. Long after its cities crumbled and its rulers were forgotten by name, the innovations and ideas born under Sargon's reign continued to shape the civilizations that followed. Perhaps the most enduring gift of the Akkadian Empire was its language. Sargon and his successors popularized the Akkadian tongue, a Semitic language that, over time, would become the diplomatic and administrative language of Mesopotamia. Even as new dynasties rose and others fell, Akkadian endured, written in cuneiform script upon clay tablets, chronicling trade, myths, and laws for centuries to come. Equally influential was the empire's system of centralized governance. Sargon's method of appointing loyal governors, known as ensi, to rule distant provinces would be emulated by later empires, including the Babylonians and the mighty Assyrians. This approach allowed vast territories with diverse peoples and customs to be bound together under a single, coherent administration. The Akkadian Empire also advanced the craft of monumental art. Under Naram-Sin, for example, the empire commissioned steely, towering stone slabs engraved with reliefs depicting kings and battles. The stele of Naram-Sin, showing the ruler ascending a mountain in triumph, while adorned with a horned helmet of divinity, stands as one of the earliest known examples of kings claiming divine status through art. Such imagery would deeply influence the iconography of later Mesopotamian and even Persian rulers. Religiously, the Akkadians left a subtle yet lasting imprint. While they worshipped many of the same gods as their Sumerian predecessors, they reorganized religious practices to align temples and deities with imperial needs. This fusion of political and religious authority, where rulers claimed both earthly and divine sanction, would become a defining characteristic of Mesopotamian kingship. In the realm of myth and literature, Akkadian scribes preserved and expanded upon ancient stories, recording epics and prayers in their own language. These texts, copied and adapted through generations, became the foundation for masterpieces like the Epic of Gilgamesh. And though the empire itself vanished, its bold vision of unity, language, and imperial ambition lived on, a testament to humanity's enduring desire to weave order from chaos and to leave its mark upon the shifting sands of time. As the sun set on the Akkadian Empire, the once unified lands of Mesopotamia began to unravel, without the firm hand of Sargon or his successors to guide them. City-states that had been bound together by language, trade, and imperial decree now drifted apart, each returning to its own interests, its own ancient traditions. The vacuum left by the Akkadian collapse did not go unfilled. From the rugged, forested highlands to the northeast came a little-known people, the Gushans. These mountain tribes had long been viewed by the settled peoples of the lowlands with a mixture of fear and disdain, their way of life unfamiliar to the farmers and scribes of the southern cities. Around 2154 BCE, the Gushans swept down into Mesopotamia, toppling the fragile remains of Akkadian authority. They seized the great cities, plundered storehouses, and took control of temples. For nearly a century, the Gutians ruled over much of the region. But unlike their Akkadian predecessors, they were not empire builders. The Gushans lacked the administrative systems, scribal traditions, and agricultural knowledge to manage the intricate network of irrigation canals and temple estates that sustained life in the river valleys. As a result, under their rule, the once thriving lands of Sumer and Akkad began to wither. Crops failed more frequently, canals fell into disrepair, and the carefully maintained balance between man and nature faltered. Trade routes became dangerous, and famine and unrest spread through the cities. To the scribes and priests of the time, this was a dark age, an era of chaos following the ordered grandeur of the Akkadian Empire. Yet even amidst the hardship, the spirit of the ancient cities endured. Local rulers in places like Yor and Uruk maintained a fragile independence, resisting Gutian control when possible. Some rebuilt city walls, others restored shrines to long-neglected gods. In quiet defiance, these leaders kept alive the traditions of their ancestors, waiting for the moment when the Gutian grip would weaken. That moment would come. In time, a new wave of Sumerian rulers, beginning with those in Lagash and culminating in the powerful kings of Yor, would rise to reclaim their lands. And so, from the ashes of Akkad and the shadow of the Gutians, the Neo-Sumerian period would emerge, a final, brilliant flowering of Sumerian civilization. As the Gutian shadow lingered over the Mesopotamian plains, there were places where the old traditions quietly rekindled. Far to the south, in the city of Lagash, a remarkable leader emerged, a ruler not remembered for vast conquests or ruthless ambition, but for wisdom, piety, and a steadfast devotion to his people and their gods. His name was Gudea of Lagash, who ruled sometime around 2144 to 2124 BCE, became a symbol of renewal during this uncertain age. In a world where the grandeur of Sargon's empire had crumbled, Gudea sought not to revive a lost imperial power, but to restore balance, piety, and the sacred bond between humanity and the divine. Lagash, under his guidance, experienced a cultural and artistic revival, rarely seen since the days of Akkad. Gudea's reign is well documented through a series of beautifully inscribed statues and stelae, many of which still survive today. Carved from imported diorite, these statues depict the ruler seated or standing with hands clasped in prayer, his face serene and contemplative, a ruler forever in communion with the gods. But Gudea was more than a devout priest-king. He was a builder. His inscriptions speak of grand construction projects, the rebuilding of temples, the redigging of canals, and the restoration of sacred shrines that had fallen into ruin. Among his greatest achievements was the renovation of the great Temple of Ningdasu, the patron god of Lagash. This temple, known as Eninu, rose once more under Gudea's care, adorned with gleaming bricks, imported timber, and statues of lions standing guard at its gates. Beyond religious structures, Gudea revitalized trade networks, reaching as far as Magan, likely Oman, Dilmun, modern Bahrain, and the Indus Valley. He imported exotic materials, copper, timber, lapis lazuli, and precious stones, all of which were used to adorn temples and craft offerings to the gods. His inscriptions emphasize harmony and prosperity, canals flowing, fields fertile, and temples resounding with hymns. In a time of widespread disorder, Lagash under Gudea stood as a beacon of stability and devotion, preserving the spiritual and cultural legacy of Sumer. When Gudea passed, he left behind a city at peace, a cultural renaissance, and a memory cherished by later kings who would look to his reign as a model of sacred kingship and responsible rule. As the southern cities of Mesopotamia slowly emerged from the darkened years of Gutian domination, a new dynasty rose to prominence, one that would restore order, tradition, and monumental ambition to the land. This was the age of Yor-Nammu, founder of what historians now call the Third Dynasty of Yor, or Yor III. Yor-Nammu's ascent around 2112 BCE marked a decisive turning point for Sumer. A gifted military leader and administrator, he seized control of the city of Yor and gradually extended his influence over neighboring city-states. But unlike the ruthless conquerors of the past, Yorinamu envisioned an empire grounded in justice, sacred duty, and enduring stone. Among his most celebrated legacies was the creation of one of the earliest known law codes in human history, predating even the famed laws of Hammurabi by centuries. The Code of Yorinamu was inscribed in Sumerian on clay tablets and outlined regulations concerning theft, marriage, violence, and property rights. Punishments, often fines rather than brutal corporal penalties, reflected a desire to maintain social harmony rather than instill fear, while his laws brought order to daily life. It was his architectural vision that transformed the Mesopotamian skyline. Yorinamu is most famously credited with initiating the construction of the Great Ziggurat of Ur, a towering stepped pyramid dedicated to the moon god Nana, patron deity of the city. This monumental structure, built of mud brick and faced with fired bricks, rose in tiers toward the heavens. Its broad terraces and grand staircases symbolized a bridge between earth and sky, a place where gods might descend and commune with humankind. At night, under the silvery glow of the moon, the silhouette cast long shadows across the plains, a silent testament to Yorinamu's devotion and ambition. Its design would influence sacred architecture for centuries to come, with later rulers and cities constructing their own monumental temples in emulation. Beyond law and architecture, Yorinamu consolidated power through a network of loyal governors, standardized taxation, and the restoration of long-neglected canals and roads. Under his guidance, trade flourished, temples hummed with ceremony, and the scattered Sumerian heartland pulsed once more with vitality. His reign, though eventually cut short in battle, laid the foundations for one of Mesopotamia's last great native dynasties. When Yorinamu's reign came to a sudden end, the mantle of kingship passed to his capable son, Shulgi, ascending the throne in circa 2094 BCE. Shulgi would prove to be not merely a steward of his father's legacy, but a reformer, an ambitious builder, and remarkably, a god. Shulgi's reign, which spanned nearly 5 decades, brought profound changes to the administration of the Ur III Empire. Recognizing the complexities of governing a growing and diverse realm, Shulgi established a highly organized bureaucratic system, far surpassing anything his ancestors had devised. He divided the empire into manageable provinces, each overseen by a governor loyal to the throne. Regular record-keeping became paramount. Scribes meticulously documented everything from grain harvests and livestock, numbers to temple donations and military provisions. These records, preserved on thousands of clay tablets, still whisper Shulgi's vision of a controlled, balanced society to ensure the loyalty of officials and regional leaders. Shulgi instituted a merit-based promotion system, encouraging competence and curbing nepotism where possible. He strengthened communication networks through improved roads and organized courier services, a primitive but effective postal system that carried royal edicts and information across the land. Yet it was not merely administrative acumen that set Shulgi apart. He boldly declared himself divine during his lifetime, one of the earliest Mesopotamian rulers to do so. Claiming kinship with the gods, Shulgi assumed a role that blurred the line between mortal king and celestial power. In temple hymns and royal inscriptions, he referred to himself as the brother of Utu, god of the sun, and the beloved of Inanna, goddess of love and war. Statues and stelae depicted him adorned in sacred regalia, not simply as a ruler, but as a deity incarnate. This act of deification elevated his status beyond earthly politics. To challenge Shulgi was not merely rebellion against a king, it became blasphemy against a god. Under his divine mandate, monumental building projects flourished. He expanded the great ziggurat of your repaired canals, constructed roads, and fostered temples in cities, both great and small. Shulgi's reign solidified the empire's cultural identity, blending governance with sacred authority, a potent legacy that endured long after his mortal form returned to dust. As the empire of Yor III flourished under Shulgi's rule, so too did the cultural soul of Mesopotamia. Though centuries had passed since the early glory of Sumerian civilization, the Neo-Sumerian kings consciously sought to revive and preserve the ancient traditions of their forebears. At the heart of this revival lay the Sumerian language itself. Even as Akkadian had become the spoken tongue of merchants and administrators, Sumerian remained the language of religion, science, and law. The scribes of Yor III were trained with great care, laboring over clay tablets to master a writing system whose roots reached back to the dawn of civilization. These scribes did more than preserve records. They became guardians of culture and memory. Epic tales, hymns to the gods, royal inscriptions, and wisdom texts were copied, expanded, and celebrated. Among them were ancient works like the Kesh Temple, hymn, and the Lament for Yor, which gave voice to both reverence and grief in elegant cuneiform script. Perhaps most striking were the royal love songs that emerged during this period, lyrical compositions of remarkable beauty and intimacy. Many of these poems were written in honor of Inanna, goddess of love and fertility, though they often intertwined the divine with the personal. Some of the most exquisite verses were dedicated to King Shulgi himself, portraying him as a chosen lover, blessed with strength, wisdom, and unmatched virility. In these verses, Shulgi was celebrated not just as a ruler, but as a romantic figure, his physical and spiritual union with the goddess symbolizing the fertility of the land and the fortune of his people. One famous hymn proclaims, "O Shulgi, my king, how sweet is your love. In the bedchamber, your embrace is the fragrance of cedar and myrrh." These lines reveal the sensuality and ritual symbolism woven into royal literature, expressions meant to affirm cosmic harmony through the king's connection to the divine beyond poetry. Scholarly achievements blossomed in law, mathematics, and medicine. Legal codes were inscribed for posterity, while scribes refined mathematical calculations using the sexagesimal system, and physicians recorded treatments for wounds, fevers, and mysterious afflictions. In every temple, archive, and schoolroom, the cultural heartbeat of Sumer pulsed anew, a final golden flowering before the storm clouds gathered once more upon the horizon. While the kings of Yor III busied themselves with grand temples, administrative reforms, and lyrical hymns to the gods, the world beyond their borders remained dynamic and restless. In this ever-shifting landscape of ancient Mesopotamia, diplomacy and foreign relations were no less vital to survival than irrigation, canals, or defensive walls. The dynasty of Yanamu and Shulgi understood well that no city, no matter how fortified, could endure in isolation. Thus, the rulers of Yor III cultivated a network of relationships that stretched across Mesopotamia and into the distant highlands, deserts, and coastlands that lay beyond to the east. The Elamites of present-day southwestern Iran posed both a threat and an opportunity. At times, they were adversaries raiding border towns and trade caravans. At other moments, envoys from Yor would dispatch messengers bearing fine textiles, grain, and crafted goods in exchange for Elamite silver, copper, and precious stones. This uneasy relationship flickered between conflict and cautious alliance, shaped by shifting fortunes on both sides. To the north, relations with the mountain peoples of the Zagros were equally complex, though often seen as unruly and difficult. To subdue these highland communities provided valuable resources, timber for construction, livestock, and prized minerals. Occasionally, Yor's kings would boast of campaigns against these tribes, while at other times they welcomed their leaders into court, cementing pacts through marriages and mutual tribute. Westward, toward the upper Euphrates and Syria, trade routes carried goods and ideas alike. The cities of Mari, Ebla, and even far-off Byblus would have received envoys from Yor, bringing textiles, grain, and crafted jewelry in exchange for cedarwood, aromatic resins, and exotic wares. These interactions enriched Yor's temples and treasuries, while spreading the influence of Sumerian language and culture far beyond the floodplains. Diplomacy also extended to the Amorite tribes, semi-nomadic pastoralists whose presence increasingly loomed along the fringes of the settled lands. Yor's kings sought to manage their movements through treaties, trade rights, and occasional military expeditions. Cuneiform tablets recovered from the royal archives at Yor record the names of foreign rulers, trade agreements, and diplomatic gifts. Fine garments, lapis lazuli, amulets, and rare animals. In this way, Yor III did not stand alone, but remained part of a complex web of ancient diplomacy, a fragile balance of power where tribute, trade, and warfare wove together the destinies of countless peoples. As the 3rd millennium BCE drew to a close, the once mighty Yor III dynasty faced a series of challenges that gradually weakened its grasp on power, leading ultimately to its decline and fall. A combination of environmental, political, and military pressures converged like dark clouds on the horizon of Mesopotamia's southern plains. Among the most significant forces at play was a changing climate, subtle but relentless shifts that affected rainfall patterns and the flow of the life-giving rivers. For centuries, the Tigris and Euphrates had provided fertile silt and steady water supplies for the fields that fed Yor's population. Yet, beginning in the late Yor III period, evidence suggests a period of prolonged drought and reduced river flow. The canals, irrigation systems, and fields that had been meticulously maintained by Yor's administrators started to suffer. Crop failures and food shortages followed, shaking the foundation of Yor's prosperity and undermining the social stability so carefully built by kings like Yornamu and Shulgi. At the same time, pressure mounted from external groups who eyed the weakening empire with ambition. The Amorite semi-nomadic tribes from the west and north increasingly moved into the fringes of Mesopotamian lands. Known for their adaptability and fierce independence, the Amorites began to settle in former Yor III territories, sometimes peacefully, but often through raids and conflict. Their rising presence marked a growing challenge to Yor's authority and control over its borders to the east. The Elamites' fierce neighbors from the Zagros Mountains seized upon the opportunity to press against Yor's frontier. Elam raids and invasions strained the empire's military and resources. These incursions were more than simple border disputes. They were part of a broader shift in regional power dynamics that would ultimately reshape the political map of Mesopotamia. Internal strife and economic difficulties also played their part. As resources became scarce and the population strained, under food shortages, social tensions increased. Administrative inefficiencies, possibly corruption, and the heavy demands of maintaining the empire may have weakened loyalty among yours officials and subjects. Eventually, these compounding pressures proved too great to withstand. By around 2000 BCE, the Your III dynasty collapsed, and the cities of southern Mesopotamia fell into a period of fragmentation and uncertainty. Yet, even in decline, the legacy of Your III, from monumental architecture to law codes and cultural achievements, would continue to influence the civilizations that followed. Thus, the story of Your III closes not with a sudden end, but a slow fading, a poignant reminder of how empires, no matter how grand, are shaped as much by nature and circumstance as by human ambition. As the great city-states and empires of ancient Mesopotamia weathered centuries of change, a period of fragmentation unfolded after the fall of the Your III dynasty. This era saw the rise of smaller kingdoms and city-states competing for influence in a landscape once dominated by large, centralized powers. Among these shifting powers, a new group emerged whose impact would reshape the future of Mesopotamia: the Amorites. The Amorites were originally semi-nomadic tribes from the western deserts and hills bordering Mesopotamia. Known for their adaptability and resilience, they gradually moved eastward into the fertile lands of southern Mesopotamia, drawn by the promise of rich soil and prosperous cities. Unlike the settled Sumerians and Akkadians before them, the Amorites had a reputation for their pastoral lifestyle, herding animals and living in small clans that could swiftly relocate in response to changing conditions. Their arrival in Mesopotamia coincided with a time of political instability. Without a dominant empire to hold the region together, cities often acted independently or formed fragile alliances. Amid this fragmented landscape, the Amorites began to settle permanently in various cities, often integrating into the existing urban life and even rising to positions of power within the local ruling classes. Yet, their presence was not without conflict. The Amorites were sometimes seen as outsiders or invaders by the native populations, and their incursions sparked skirmishes and tensions. However, over time, they adapted to Mesopotamian culture, adopting the language, religion, and administrative practices of the cities they inhabited. This blend of Amorite vitality with the established Mesopotamian traditions gave rise to a dynamic and evolving cultural landscape. The rise of the Amorites laid the groundwork for the eventual emergence of Babylon as a powerful city-state. Through clever alliances, military prowess, and strategic marriages, Amorite leaders began to consolidate power, setting the stage for the reign of one of history's most famous rulers, Hammurabi. But before that moment, the period of fragmentation itself was marked by fluid borders, shifting loyalties, and the slow weaving together of diverse peoples under new banners. In this quiet yet transformative time, the seeds of a new era were sown, one that would witness the rise of Babylon and the unification of Mesopotamia under a single rule. The Amorites, once seen as outsiders, were becoming the architects of a new chapter in the ancient world's story. As the Amorites continued to settle and strengthen their foothold in Mesopotamia, one city began to rise quietly but steadily above the rest: Babylon. Initially a modest town, Babylon's growth was marked by strategic leadership and gradual expansion, particularly under the reign of an Amorite king named Sumu-La-L.Sum, ruled in the early 18th century BCE, during a time when Mesopotamia remained fragmented among competing city-states. Though his reign did not yet see Babylon as the dominant power, he laid important foundations, strengthening the city's defenses, establishing diplomatic ties, and expanding territorial control around the city's fertile lands. His reign helped Babylon transition from a minor town to a regional player, quietly gathering strength amid the chaotic political landscape. However, it was under a later ruler, Hammurabi, that Babylon truly transformed, rising to the throne in 1792 BCE. Hammurabi's reign marked a turning point not only for Babylon but for the entire Mesopotamian region. A shrewd and ambitious leader, Hammurabi embarked on a mission to unify the fragmented lands and establish Babylon as the unrivaled center of power. Through a mix of diplomacy, strategic warfare, and alliances, Hammurabi expanded Babylon's influence far beyond its original borders. He skillfully managed conflicts with rival city-states like Larsa, Ishnana, and Mari, gradually bringing them under his control. His reign was characterized by careful planning and effective governance, enabling Babylon to flourish politically and economically. Importantly, Hammurabi is remembered not just for his conquests, but for his vision of a just society governed by clear laws. This vision was embodied in the famous Code of Hammurabi, a set of laws carved into stone pillars, which would leave a lasting legacy on legal systems around the world under Hammurabi. Babylon became a vibrant city, a hub of culture, law, and administration. The city grew in wealth and prestige, attracting scholars, traders, and artisans. Its streets bustled with life. Its temples dedicated to the gods stood proudly, and its walls provided security for its growing population. From its humble beginnings under leaders like Sumilal to its golden age under Hammurabi, Babylon's rise tells the story of resilience, vision, and the transformative power of leadership. This was a city poised to change the course of history. Following his rise to power, Hammurabi set out on a bold and deliberate path to unify the fractured lands of Mesopotamia under Babylonian rule. The region at the time was a patchwork of competing city-states, each with its own ruler, army, and ambitions. Hammurabi knew that without consolidating these fragmented powers, Babylon's influence would remain limited. His military campaigns were a careful blend of strategy, diplomacy, and force. Rather than rushing into endless warfare, Hammurabi skillfully chose his battles, forming alliances when possible and striking decisively when necessary. His first major opponent was the city of Larsa, a powerful rival controlling key trade routes and fertile lands. Hammurabi's campaign against Larsa was methodical and persistent. After years of conflict, he succeeded in capturing the city, bringing a significant portion of southern Mesopotamia under Babylonian control. This victory not only expanded Babylon's territory, but also sent a clear message to neighboring states. Hammurabi was a ruler to be reckoned with. Next, Hammurabi turned his attention to the city of Mari. Located along the Euphrates River, Mari was a vital trading hub, rich in resources and well defended. Despite the challenges, Hammurabi's forces managed to seize the city, further strengthening his hold over Mesopotamia. Throughout his campaigns, Hammurabi maintained a balance between military aggression and political savvy. He integrated, conquered cities into his administration, respecting local customs while imposing Babylonian laws and governance. This approach helped him maintain control over a diverse population spread across vast territories. By the end of his reign, Hammurabi had effectively united most of Mesopotamia, creating one of the earliest known empires in human history. His success was not only measured by the lands he controlled, but also by the stability he brought to a previously volatile region. The unification under Babylon paved the way for advancements in culture, law, and economic prosperity that would influence civilizations for centuries to come. Hammurabi's military campaigns, therefore, were more than just conquests. They were the building blocks of an empire, laying the groundwork for a centralized authority that shaped the destiny of Mesopotamia. One of the most enduring legacies of Hammurabi's reign is undoubtedly his law code, a monumental achievement in the history of human civilization. Carved into a tall stone stele, the Code of Hammurabi stands as one of the earliest and most complete written legal codes, offering a glimpse into the social and judicial order of ancient Mesopotamia. The code itself is composed of nearly 300 laws covering a vast array of topics from commerce, marriage, and property rights to crime, punishment, and family matters. It was designed not only to regulate the lives of Babylon's citizens, but also to provide a sense of justice and order across a diverse and expanding empire. What is striking about Hammurabi's code is its clear acknowledgement of class distinctions. Society was divided into different strata free men, commoners, and slaves, and the laws applied differently depending on one's social status. For example, penalties for harming a noble might be harsher than for injuring a commoner, reflecting the structured hierarchy that shaped Babylonian life. Yet, despite these class divisions, the code also aimed to protect the vulnerable, especially widows, orphans, and the poor. Hammurabi positioned himself as a shepherd of his people to cause justice to prevail in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evil, so that the strong should not oppress the weak. In practice, this meant laws that limited the power of the wealthy and powerful, preventing abuses and offering some measure of protection for those without influence. The famous principle of an eye for an eye, lex talionis, is often associated with Hammurabi's laws, illustrating a sense of proportional justice. Punishments were intended to fit the crime, aiming for fairness rather than arbitrary revenge. This concept was revolutionary in establishing the idea that the law must be predictable and publicly known, rather than decided whimsically by rulers. While the code may seem harsh by modern standards, it reflected the complex realities of ancient Mesopotamian society. Its detailed nature made clear the responsibilities and rights of individuals, creating a framework that supported the stability and growth of Babylon under Hammurabi's rule. The Code of Hammurabi remains a foundational symbol of early legal systems, revealing a world where law was intertwined with social order, justice, and the king's divine mandate. Hammurabi's success in unifying Mesopotamia was not only due to his military prowess, but also to his effective administrative organization and economic policies. As the ruler of a vast and diverse empire, Hammurabi understood that maintaining control required a well-structured bureaucracy capable of managing resources, justice, and taxation across distant cities and territories. Central to his administrative system was the establishment of provincial governors, officials appointed to oversee different regions on behalf of the king. These governors acted as intermediaries, enforcing Hammurabi's laws, collecting taxes, and ensuring loyalty to Babylon. This decentralized governance allowed for more efficient control over the expansive empire while maintaining the king's ultimate authority. To support this administrative network, Hammurabi implemented a sophisticated system of record-keeping and communication. Scribes played a crucial role in documenting legal decisions, trade transactions, and tax collections on clay tablets written in cuneiform. This written bureaucracy helped reduce corruption and ensured that the empire's complex economy functioned smoothly. Economically, Hammurabi's reign saw the strengthening of state control over land and production. The king owned large temple estates, which were centers of agricultural production and religious activity. These estates employed workers and managed resources, playing a vital role in sustaining the economy and supporting the religious institutions that legitimized Hammurabi's rule. Trade networks also flourished under Hammurabi's administration. Mesopotamia's position between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers allowed for the transport of goods such as grain, textiles, and precious metals. The state regulated trade to maximize revenue and secure essential imports, including timber and metals from neighboring regions. Hammurabi's legal code was deeply integrated with economic management, setting rules for contracts, loans, wages, and property rights. By standardizing these aspects, the code helped stabilize the economy and reduce disputes that could disrupt commerce. Taxation was another critical component of Hammurabi's system. Taxes were levied on land, trade, and various economic activities to fund the state's military campaigns, construction projects, and administrative costs. The collection process was organized to prevent abuses and ensure a steady flow of resources to the central government. In summary, Hammurabi's administrative organization and economic management laid the foundation for a strong, centralized state through efficient governance, detailed record-keeping, and controlled economic policies. Hammurabi was able to maintain his empire's stability and prosperity, securing his legacy as one of Mesopotamia's most effective rulers. During the reign of Hammurabi, one of the most significant developments in Mesopotamian religious life was the rise of Marduk, the patron deity of Babylon, to the position of supreme god. This elevation was not simply a religious shift, but also a powerful political strategy that reinforced the authority of Hammurabi's dynasty and solidified Babylon's dominance in the region. Before this period, the Mesopotamian pantheon was characterized by a complex hierarchy of gods, each associated with different cities and aspects of life. Key deities included An, the sky god, Enlil, the god of air and storms, and Enki, the god of water and wisdom. Marduk, initially a relatively minor god associated primarily with Babylon, gradually rose in prominence alongside the city's increasing political and military power. Hammurabi's conquests and efforts to unify Mesopotamia were closely linked with the promotion of Marduk as the chief deity. By elevating Marduk, Hammurabi symbolically united the diverse peoples and city-states under a common religious framework that centered around Babylon. This helped legitimize his rule and present his kingship as divinely sanctioned. The epic known as the Enuma Elish encapsulates this theological transformation. In this creation myth, Marduk defeats the primordial chaos monster Tiamat, and subsequently becomes the king of the gods, taking on a role that places him above all other deities. This narrative not only explains the origin of the cosmos, but also serves as a powerful piece of royal propaganda, portraying Babylon and its god as the rightful rulers of the world. Central to this religious elevation was the Esagila temple in Babylon, dedicated to Marduk. This temple became the spiritual and political heart of the city, hosting important rituals that reinforced the divine legitimacy of the king and the empire. The temple complex symbolized Babylon's status as the religious center of Mesopotamia and reflected the intimate relationship between religion and statecraft during Hammurabi's reign. By establishing Marduk as the supreme deity, Hammurabi was able to create a unifying cultural identity for his empire, one that transcended ethnic and regional differences. This religious centralization also paved the way for Babylon's long-lasting influence on Mesopotamian religion and politics, making Marduk not only a god of the city, but a symbol of imperial unity and divine kingship. In summary, the elevation of Marduk was a masterful fusion of theology and politics, crucial for the consolidation of Hammurabi's empire and for shaping the religious landscape of ancient Mesopotamia for centuries to come. The death of Hammurabi around 1750 BCE marked the beginning of a turbulent period for the old Babylonian Empire. Despite his achievements in unifying Mesopotamia and establishing a centralized state, the empire soon faced significant challenges that led to its gradual decline. The years following Hammurabi's reign were characterized by political instability, widespread rebellions, and external pressures that weakened Babylon's control over the region. One of the primary issues was the lack of a strong unifying successor to maintain Hammurabi's centralized authority. His immediate successors struggled to hold together the vast territories he had conquered. The empire's administrative structure, while effective under Hammurabi, began to show signs of strain as provincial governors and local rulers increasingly asserted their independence. This decentralization weakened the central government's ability to enforce laws and collect taxes, leading to internal unrest. Simultaneously, numerous rebellions erupted throughout Mesopotamia, challenging Babylonian dominance. These uprisings reflected the dissatisfaction of various city-states and regions that had long chafed under Babylonian rule. The internal strife sapped resources and diverted attention from maintaining order and defending borders, further destabilizing the empire. Amid this chaos, the Sealand dynasty emerged as a formidable power in southern Mesopotamia. Based in the marshy areas near the Persian Gulf, the Sealanders exploited the weakened state of Babylon to assert their independence. Their control over the waterways and fertile lands of the Delta region made them a serious rival to Babylonian authority. The Sealand dynasty ruled for several generations, and their presence signaled a fragmentation of political power in Mesopotamia. Additionally, external threats mounted during this period. Nomadic and semi-nomadic groups, such as the Amorites and the Kassites, pressed into Mesopotamian territories. While the Amorites had already played a crucial role in shaping the old Babylonian state, their continuous incursions contributed to the empire's destabilization. The Kassites would later rise to power after the fall of the old Babylonian dynasty. But during Hammurabi's successors' reigns, their growing influence added to the pressures on Babylon. The combined effect of internal rebellions, the assertiveness of the Sealand dynasty, and external invasions resulted in a fractured Mesopotamia. Babylon lost its grip on many of its once subjugated cities and provinces, marking the end of the empire's golden age. Although the legacy of Hammurabi's rule endured, the empire he built could not withstand these mounting challenges, setting the stage for new powers to rise in the region. Following the reign of Hammurabi, and despite the political decline that marked the later years of the Old Babylonian period, Babylon remained an enduring cultural beacon in Mesopotamia. The city's status as a cultural, religious, and intellectual hub helped preserve and propagate Mesopotamian traditions, ideas, and innovations for centuries, influencing the broader ancient Near East and beyond. Babylon was renowned for its impressive architectural achievements, many of which reflected its religious significance. The city was home to magnificent temples dedicated to its patron god, Marduk, whose elevation to the supreme deity under Hammurabi helped establish Babylon's religious prominence. The Asagila temple complex and the Etemenanki ziggurat, often linked to the biblical Tower of Babel, were not just architectural wonders but also symbols of the city's spiritual and cultural identity. These monumental structures attracted priests, scholars, and pilgrims, fostering an environment where religious rituals and scholarship thrived. The intellectual life in Babylon flourished through the activities of its scribes and scholars. Babylonian scribal schools became centers for the teaching of cuneiform writing, mathematics, astronomy, and literature. The city's libraries housed extensive collections of clay tablets inscribed with texts, ranging from economic records to epic poetry. Works like the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest surviving pieces of literature, were copied, preserved, and studied in Babylon. This epic, with its profound themes of heroism, mortality, and the search for meaning, exemplifies the rich literary tradition nurtured in the city. Babylon's scholars made significant advances in astronomy and mathematics, developing sophisticated methods for tracking celestial movements and creating the sexagesimal base-60 number system, which remains influential in how we measure time and angles today. These scientific endeavors were closely tied to religious beliefs, as understanding the cosmos was seen as a way to interpret the will of the gods. Moreover, Babylon was a melting pot of cultures and languages. Due to its role as a major political and economic center, it attracted people from various regions, creating a cosmopolitan atmosphere that fostered cultural exchange. This diversity enriched Babylonian art, literature, and religious practices, allowing them to evolve while maintaining strong ties to earlier Sumerian and Akkadian traditions. Even after the political power of Babylon waned, its cultural legacy persisted, influencing subsequent empires such as the Assyrians and Persians. Babylon's reputation as a center of learning and spirituality endured well into the first millennium BCE, making it a cornerstone of Mesopotamian civilization and a beacon of ancient knowledge for generations. The Hammurabi dynasty, which had established Babylon as a dominant power in Mesopotamia, eventually faced significant challenges that led to its decline and eventual collapse. Among the most critical events contributing to this downfall was the Hittite invasion around 1595 BCE, a turning point that marked the end of Hammurabi's line and the Old Babylonian period. After Hammurabi's death, his successors struggled to maintain the empire's vast territories and the centralized control he had achieved. Internal rebellions and external pressures weakened the once powerful kingdom. The Sealand dynasty, a rival political entity based in the marshy southern regions of Mesopotamia, took advantage of Babylon's instability to assert control over parts of the region. This fragmentation further eroded the dynasty's authority and destabilized the region. Politically and economically, the decisive blow came with the unexpected arrival of the Hittites, a powerful Anatolian kingdom located in what is now modern-day Turkey. The Hittite king Meseli I launched a swift and devastating military campaign, culminating in the sack of Babylon around 1595 BCE. This invasion was catastrophic, resulting in widespread destruction and the looting of the city's temples and palaces. The Hittites, however, did not establish a long-term occupation. Instead, they withdrew soon after, leaving Babylon in a power vacuum. This brief but impactful Hittite incursion signaled the end of the Hammurabi dynasty's rule. Babylon was left vulnerable to subsequent invasions and occupations by other emerging powers, including the Kassites, who would go on to establish their own dynasty in Babylon. The Kassites brought relative stability and rule lasting several centuries, but the old Babylonian cultural and political dominance had irrevocably ended. The collapse of the Hammurabi dynasty after the Hittite invasion illustrates the volatile nature of ancient Mesopotamian politics, where shifting alliances, internal strife, and external threats constantly reshaped the region's power dynamics. Despite the fall of the dynasty, the legacy of Hammurabi and Babylon's earlier achievements continued to influence Mesopotamian civilization. The city of Babylon would rise again in later periods, eventually becoming one of the most famous cities of the ancient world. But the Old Babylonian era, as defined by Hammurabi's reign, closed with the turmoil brought by the Hittite invasion. Following the chaotic decline of the Old Babylonian period and the collapse of Hammurabi's dynasty, Mesopotamia entered a new era under the Kassites, a people originally from the Zagros Mountains east of Babylon. Around 1595 BCE, shortly after the Hittite sack of Babylon, the Kassites gradually took control over Babylon and its surrounding regions, ushering in a period that would last nearly for centuries. This era was characterized by relative political stability, economic recovery, and cultural continuity. Despite the shifting dynamics of power in the ancient Near East, the Kassite takeover was not marked by sudden conquest, but rather a gradual infiltration and assimilation. Initially considered outsiders and often viewed as barbarians by their southern Mesopotamian neighbors, the Kassites adopted many aspects of Babylonian culture and governance. They embraced the Babylonian language, religion, and administrative systems, which allowed them to legitimize their rule over the native population. This cultural integration helped smooth the transition of power and maintain social order. One of the defining features of Kassite rule was the stabilization of Babylon as a political center. Unlike the frequent wars and internal revolts that plagued earlier periods, the Kassites maintained peace within their realm and focused on rebuilding cities, temples, and infrastructure. They fortified the city of Babylon, enhancing its status as a religious and administrative hub. The Kassite kings were known to have commissioned grand building projects, including the restoration of the Assyria temple dedicated to Marduk, reinforcing their connection to Babylonian religious traditions. Economically, the Kassite period saw renewed agricultural productivity and expanded trade networks. Their rule encouraged the development of land tenure systems, such as the Kudjuru boundary stones, which recorded royal land grants and helped regulate property rights. This legal stability fostered agricultural growth and economic prosperity. Despite this period of peace, the Kassites were vigilant against external threats. They managed diplomatic relations with neighboring powers, balancing between cooperation and defense. While their rule brought internal stability, the Kassites' relative pacifism eventually made them vulnerable to the more militarized and aggressive powers emerging in the region, such as Assyria and Elam. In summary, the Kassite takeover marked a turning point for Babylon and Mesopotamia, transforming a period of upheaval into an era of relative calm and cultural resilience. This 4-century span allowed for the preservation and development of Mesopotamian traditions that would influence subsequent civilizations long after the Kassite dynasty's decline. During the Kassite period in Mesopotamia, the broader Near Eastern region was shaped by a complex network of powerful states engaged in a delicate balance of diplomacy, alliances, and rivalries. This era, roughly spanning the mid-second millennium BCE, saw the emergence of what scholars often call the Club of Great Powers, a group of influential kingdoms that included Babylonia under the Kassites, Egypt under the New Kingdom, pharaohs, the Hittite Empire in Anatolia, Assyria in northern Mesopotamia, and Mitanni in northern Syria. These powers interacted through warfare, trade, treaties, and marriage alliances, collectively shaping the political landscape. The concept of the Club of Great Powers highlights a form of early international relations, based not only on military might, but also on diplomacy and mutual recognition. Unlike earlier periods marked by constant warfare and territorial conquest, these states often sought to maintain a balance through negotiated treaties, gift exchanges, and diplomatic correspondence. The Amarna letters, a famous archive of clay tablets found in Egypt, reveal extensive correspondence between rulers of these states, reflecting complex diplomatic protocols and attempts to resolve conflicts peacefully. For the Kassite kings of Babylon, diplomacy was essential to maintaining their rule and status. Babylon was recognized as one of the major powers, and Kassite rulers engaged in negotiations to secure alliances, trade agreements, and peaceful borders. Marriages between royal families were common diplomatic tools, cementing ties and preventing hostilities. These interactions fostered a period of relative peace, allowing internal development and cultural flourishing at the same time. The geopolitical environment was dynamic and often unstable. Shifts in power, such as the decline of Mitanni or the rise of Assyria, continually altered alliances. The Kassites had to navigate these changes carefully, balancing their relationships to avoid being overwhelmed by their neighbors. The fluidity of this international system meant that military conflicts could erupt suddenly, but long-term diplomacy generally helped maintain a fragile equilibrium. This era also saw the establishment of trade networks spanning the Near East, which facilitated the exchange of luxury goods, raw materials, and ideas. Through these networks, cultural influences and technological innovations spread, contributing to the interconnectedness of the great powers. In conclusion, the Kassite period's geopolitical context was defined by the emergence of a multipolar world where diplomacy, rather than outright conquest, often determined the relationships between powerful states. This club of great powers laid important groundwork for later international systems in the ancient world. During the Kassite dynasty's rule over Babylonia, which lasted for approximately 4 centuries, a number of significant developments occurred in the realms of land management, religion, and intellectual pursuits. These advances not only contributed to the stability of Kassite governance, but also enriched the cultural and scientific heritage of Mesopotamia. One of the most important administrative tools introduced during this period was the use of Kudru stone boundary stelae that recorded land grants and ownership rights. These kuduru were physical markers that delineated property lines and documented transactions, often including detailed inscriptions about the land's size, boundaries, and the privileges or exemptions granted by the king. They served a dual purpose, both as legal evidence of ownership and as religious objects, invoking the protection of gods over the land. The inscriptions often included curses against those who would violate the granted rights, reflecting a blend of legal and religious authority. Kuduru thus became a crucial element in maintaining social order and controlling land distribution, which was vital for the agricultural economy. Religious practices during the Kassite period also remained deeply embedded in Mesopotamian life. The Kassite kings promoted the worship of traditional gods such as Enlil and Marduk, but they also introduced new deities or elevated the status of certain gods within their pantheon. Temples were centers not only of worship but also of economic activity, education, and record-keeping. Rituals, festivals, and sacrifices played key roles in legitimizing royal power and reinforcing the connection between the divine and the state. Religious specialists, such as priests and diviners, continued to wield significant influence, interpreting omens and ensuring the favor of the gods. The Kassite period is is also noted for important intellectual achievements, especially in astronomy, medicine, and knowledge organization. Babylonian astronomers refined their observation of celestial bodies, which were closely linked to religious and calendrical systems. These observations were meticulously recorded and formed the basis for later astronomical traditions. In medicine, practitioners used a combination of empirical knowledge and magical religious treatments to address illnesses, a holistic approach characteristic of Mesopotamian healing practices. Texts from this era include diagnostic manuals, herbal remedies, and incantations, demonstrating an advanced understanding of health and disease. Furthermore, the Kassites contributed to the organization and preservation of knowledge. Libraries and archives compiled extensive collections of literary, legal, and scientific texts, which were systematically copied and studied. This intellectual culture fostered continuity and innovation, linking Kassite Babylonia to the broader currents of Mesopotamian civilization. In summary, the Kassite period saw the consolidation of sophisticated land management through Kujuru, vibrant religious life that supported royal authority, and significant strides in astronomy, medicine, and knowledge curation. These developments underscored the era's blend of tradition and innovation, enabling it to endure as a distinctive chapter in ancient Mesopotamian history. The Kassite period in Babylonia is often characterized by relative internal stability and a long duration of rule that lasted nearly 4 centuries. Despite this extended period of peace and prosperity within their own borders, the Kassite dynasty faced significant challenges from external powers, particularly from the increasingly militarized states of Assyria and Elam. This dynamic shaped much of the political and military history of the region during the Late Bronze Age. The Kassites initially maintained relatively peaceful and diplomatic relations with their neighbors, focusing on internal consolidation and cultural development rather than aggressive expansionism. Their reign was marked by treaties and alliances that helped secure their position in the geopolitically complex Near East. As members of the Club of Great Powers, Kassite Babylonia engaged diplomatically with Egypt, the Hittites, Mitanni, and others, fostering peaceful exchanges through marriage alliances and trade agreements. This diplomatic approach helped maintain stability and facilitated cultural and economic exchanges. However, the military landscape in the region was shifting. The neighboring kingdom of Assyria, situated to the north of Babylonia, was growing in strength and militarization. Assyrian rulers invested heavily in their army, developing advanced weaponry, disciplined infantry, and aggressive military campaigns. Unlike the Kassites, who leaned more on diplomacy and internal development, the Assyrians pursued territorial expansion. This militarization eventually posed a significant threat to Kassite dominance, as Assyrian kings sought to assert control over Mesopotamian territories. Similarly to the east, the Elamites, inhabitants of the region roughly corresponding to modern-day southwestern Iran, were persistent rivals of Babylonia. Elam had long-standing animosities with Mesopotamian states, and periodically launched raids and invasions. Although there were times of peaceful coexistence and even alliances, Elam's incursions represented a recurring military challenge that the Kassite rulers had to contend with. The Kassites' approach to these external pressures was largely defensive. Their military capacity was not as aggressive or expansive as their neighbors. And while they maintained a standing army, Kassite Babylonia did not embark on large-scale conquests. This relative military restraint made them vulnerable over time, especially as Assyria's power surged and Elam remained a disruptive force. This vulnerability ultimately contributed to the Kassite dynasty's decline, increasing military pressure from these more aggressive neighbors eroded Kassite control, weakening their ability to defend their territory effectively. While the Kassites had succeeded in preserving a lengthy reign through diplomacy and internal strength, their comparatively passive stance in military affairs left them exposed to the rising tides of militarization that characterized the late Bronze Age Near East. In conclusion, the Kassite period was marked by a balance between peaceful diplomatic relations and growing vulnerability to the militarized powers of Assyria and Elam. This tension underscored the geopolitical realities of the era and foreshadowed the challenges that would eventually lead to the Kassite dynasty's end. The Kassite dynasty's long reign over Babylonia, marked by relative stability and cultural growth, ultimately came to an end amid one of the most tumultuous periods in ancient history, the Late Bronze Age collapse. This era, spanning roughly the 12th century BCE, saw the downfall of several great civilizations across the eastern Mediterranean and Near East, including the Hittites, Mycenaeans, and eventually the Kassites themselves. A combination of internal weaknesses and external pressures converged to bring about the decline of the Kassite dynasty and the transformation of the Mesopotamian political landscape. Several factors contributed to this widespread collapse, many of which directly affected the Kassite state. Climatic changes appear to have played a crucial role. Evidence from paleoclimatic studies points to a prolonged period of drought and environmental stress in Mesopotamia and surrounding regions. This would have severely impacted agricultural production, leading to food shortages, economic hardship, and social unrest. For a society heavily reliant on farming and irrigation systems, these ecological shifts undermined the Kassite's economic base and strained the population's resilience simultaneously. The Kassite dynasty faced increasing military threats from neighboring powers. The rising strength of Assyria to the north, with its expanding armies and growing ambitions, pressured Babylonia's borders. The Elamites to the east, historically adversarial and opportunistic, exploited Kassite weaknesses by launching invasions into Babylonia. These incursions destabilized the region, draining Kassite resources and weakening their hold over their territory. Furthermore, the broader collapse of trade networks during the Late Bronze Age meant that Babylonia, like many other civilizations, lost access to critical raw materials and luxury goods. The disruption of international trade diminished the wealth and influence of Kassite rulers, who had depended on these networks for diplomatic relations and economic prosperity. Internally, the Kassite administration may have struggled to maintain control amid these mounting crises. Declining central authority, possible succession disputes, and local revolts further weakened the dynasty's cohesion. The combination of external invasion and internal fragmentation made it difficult for the Kassites to effectively resist the onslaught of enemies and social disorder. By the end of this era, the Kassite dynasty had effectively collapsed, with Babylonia falling into a period of fragmentation and vulnerability. The power vacuum left behind was soon filled by other emerging groups, including the Babylonians under the second dynasty of Isin and the ascendant Assyrian Empire. In summary, the end of the Kassite dynasty was not the result of a single event, but rather a convergence of climatic challenges, external invasions, disrupted trade, and internal decay, all set against the backdrop of the larger Late Bronze Age. Collapse, a transformative moment that reshaped the ancient Near East forever. The Assyrian Empire's origins trace back to a modest trading city-state centered around the city of Ashur, located on the west bank of the Tigris River in northern Mesopotamia. Initially, Assyria was not a mighty military power, but rather a key commercial hub, strategically positioned to control trade routes between the ancient Near East's rich resources and the markets further south and west. This economic foundation laid the groundwork for what would become one of the most formidable empires in ancient history. During its earliest phase, Assyria's prosperity was driven primarily by commerce. The city of Osher, named after the chief deity of the Assyrians, served as a center for merchants who traded goods such as textiles, metals, timber, and luxury items. Assyrian caravans ventured into Anatolia, the Levant, and even Egypt, facilitating the flow of valuable commodities. This trading network not only enriched the city, but also exposed Assyrians to various cultures, military technologies, and political ideas that would later influence their expansionist ambitions. By the late 2nd millennium BCE, Assyria began transitioning from a trading-focused city-state into a regional power. This shift was fueled by a combination of internal developments and external pressures. Militarily, Assyrians started to organize standing armies, which allowed them to exert influence beyond their immediate territory. The need to protect and expand trade routes from rival powers such as the Hittites, Mitanni, and later Babylonians pushed Assyrian leaders to adopt a more aggressive stance. The reign of Ashurbanipal, 1365 to 1330 BCE, marks a crucial turning point in Assyrian history. He revitalized Assyria's political structure, asserting independence from Mitanni dominance and expanding Assyrian control over surrounding regions. This era saw the consolidation of territories that secured crucial trade pathways and resources. Ashurbanipal's military successes set the stage for future expansion and established Assyria as a significant player in Mesopotamian politics. Over the subsequent centuries, Assyria's growing military and political power was accompanied by administrative reforms that enabled more effective governance of conquered lands. The city-state transformed into a centralized empire, integrating diverse peoples and territories. This transformation was driven by leaders who combined military prowess with diplomatic acumen and efficient bureaucratic systems. The Assyrian evolution from a commercial city to a dominant imperial power reflects a broader pattern in Mesopotamian history, where economic foundations often underpin military conquest and territorial expansion. By the early 1st millennium BCE, Assyria had fully emerged as an expansionist empire, characterized by ambitious rulers, advanced military capabilities, and an administrative framework designed to maintain control over vast regions. In summary, the Assyrian Empire's rise was a gradual process fueled by trade, strategic military expansion, and political consolidation, transforming a modest city-state into one of the ancient world's most powerful empires. The rise of the Assyrian Empire was shaped profoundly by several dynamic rulers who laid the foundations for Assyria's military prowess, administrative strength, and imperial ambition. Among these influential leaders, Ashurbanipal I, Assurna Sirpal and Shalmaneser III stand out for their pivotal roles in transforming Assyria from a regional power into a dominant empire. Ashurbanipal IC 136-51330 BCE is often credited with initiating Assyria's rise to independence and expansion. During his reign, Assyria broke free from the dominance of the Mitanni kingdom, a major regional power that had previously controlled much of northern Mesopotamia. Ashurbanipal revitalized Assyrian political and military institutions, securing vital trade routes and expanding Assyrian territory. His strategic marriages and alliances strengthened the kingdom's position, laying the groundwork for the empire's later growth. Several centuries later, Tiglath-Pileser I, RC 1114 to 1076 BCE marked a renaissance in Assyrian power. He extended Assyrian control deep into Anatolia and Syria through successful military campaigns and consolidated the empire's borders. Tiglath-Pileser I is notable for his extensive building projects, including temples and palaces, which projected royal authority and religious legitimacy. He also organized efficient administrative systems that enhanced control over conquered regions, setting standards for subsequent rulers. Ashurbanipal II 883 to 859 BCE furthered Assyria's aggressive expansion and established the empire's reputation for ruthless military tactics. Known for his ferocity, he conducted extensive campaigns in the Levant and Mesopotamia, often employing brutal methods of conquest and intimidation. Ashurnasirpal II also built the new capital city of Kalhu-Nimrod, a center of political power and monumental architecture. His inscriptions vividly describe his military exploits and the harsh treatment of enemies, exemplifying the use of terror as a tool for domination. Shalmaneser III R 859 to 824 BCE, Ashurnasirpal's successor, continued to consolidate and expand Assyrian power. He fought numerous campaigns against coalitions of Aramean and other regional states, securing Assyria's dominance in northern Mesopotamia and beyond. Shalmaneser III also promoted the empire's religious and cultural life, commissioning grand monuments that celebrated his victories. His long reign helped stabilize Assyria and set the stage for the empire's further growth under later kings. Together, these rulers transformed Assyria from a regional city-state into a formidable empire through military might, strategic diplomacy, and sophisticated governance. Their legacies would influence the empire's trajectory for centuries, establishing Assyria as a dominant force in the ancient Near East. The Assyrian Empire's rise to dominance in the ancient Near East was not merely due to the ambition of its rulers, but was also deeply rooted in its groundbreaking military innovations. These advancements in technology, organization, and strategy gave Assyria a decisive edge over its rivals, enabling it to expand its territory and maintain control over a vast and diverse empire. One of the most significant military innovations was the adoption and widespread use of iron weaponry. While bronze had been the dominant metal for tools and weapons in the earlier Bronze Age, iron proved to be stronger, more durable, and more abundant. The Assyrians capitalized on this technological shift by equipping their soldiers with iron swords, spears, and arrowheads, which were superior in battle compared to the bronze weapons of their enemies. This iron advantage allowed Assyrian armies to overpower neighboring forces and maintain battlefield superiority. Beyond weaponry, the Assyrian military excelled in the development of specialized units. The army was no longer a simple mass of infantry, it was a highly organized force with distinct roles. There were infantry archers skilled in volleys of arrows to weaken enemy ranks from a distance, heavily armored spearmen for close combat, and elite cavalry units capable of rapid movements and flanking maneuvers. Additionally, the Assyrians developed chariotry, which played a crucial role in shock combat and served as a platform for archers and commanders. This diversification of forces allowed Assyrian commanders greater tactical flexibility during campaigns, a critical yet often overlooked aspect of Assyrian military power was its logistical system. The empire's success depended heavily on the ability to supply, mobilize, and sustain large armies far from the home territories. To this end, the Assyrians established a network of supply depots, roads, and communication channels that ensured troops received food, weapons, and reinforcements promptly. Efficient administration of resources and the use of relay stations for messengers helped maintain command and control across vast distances, enabling coordinated and prolonged military campaigns. Together, these innovations transformed the Assyrian military into a formidable force capable of conducting complex siege warfare, rapid conquests, and ruthless suppression of rebellions. The combination of superior iron weaponry, specialized units tailored for diverse combat scenarios, and an advanced logistical backbone created an empire whose military prowess was unmatched in the ancient world. The Assyrian Empire was not only remarkable for its military might, but also for its sophisticated administrative systems and strategic use of psychological warfare, particularly the deployment of terror as a political instrument. These mechanisms were essential for managing a vast and culturally diverse empire and maintaining Assyrian dominance over conquered territories administratively. The Assyrians developed a highly centralized and efficient bureaucracy. The empire was divided into provinces, each governed by appointed officials loyal to the king. These governors were responsible for collecting tribute, overseeing local affairs, and maintaining security. To ensure direct control and prevent rebellions, Assyrian rulers often installed military governors or loyal nobles in key regions. The empire maintained detailed records, facilitated by an extensive network of scribes who managed everything from taxation to military logistics. This bureaucratic system allowed the central government to monitor provincial affairs, deploy resources quickly, and enforce imperial policies across vast distances. Communication was facilitated through a network of royal roads and relay stations, which enabled messengers to travel swiftly and ensured that orders from the capital reached distant provinces without delay. The administration also used standardized weights and measures to regulate trade and taxation, fostering economic integration throughout the empire. However, beyond efficient governance, the Assyrians wielded terror as a calculated political weapon. This psychological tactic was designed to instill fear in both enemies and subject populations, discouraging resistance and rebellion. Assyrian kings and their armies became infamous for brutal campaigns that involved mass deportations, executions, and public displays of cruelty. Reliefs and inscriptions commissioned by Assyrian rulers graphically depicted the horrors inflicted upon foes' dismemberment, impalement, and torture. These acts were not merely punitive but served as stark warnings to others about the consequences of defying Assyrian authority. The widespread reputation of Assyrian ruthlessness helped maintain order with relatively fewer military deployments, as the fear of harsh reprisals alone often sufficed to keep populations submissive. This use of terror was complemented by efforts to assimilate conquered peoples through forced relocations and cultural integration, breaking the bonds of local identities that might fuel dissent. Yet, while effective in the short term, such harsh policies also sowed deep resentment, contributing to internal instability that would challenge Assyria's long-term survival. In essence, the Assyrian Empire combined meticulous administrative control with a deliberate strategy of intimidation, forging a political system that balanced bureaucratic efficiency and psychological dominance to manage one of the ancient world's most expansive and powerful empires. The expansion of the Assyrian Empire reached its zenith under Tiglath-Pileser III and his successors, marking a period of aggressive military conquest and strategic consolidation that transformed Assyria into one of the ancient world's most formidable empires. Tiglath-Pileser III, who reigned from 745 to 727 BCE, was a visionary leader who revolutionized Assyrian military and administrative practices to facilitate rapid expansion and tighter control over newly conquered territories. Tiglath-Pileser III implemented sweeping reforms that strengthened the empire's military capabilities, including the establishment of a standing army and the introduction of more rigorous training and logistics. His campaigns extended Assyrian control across large swaths of Mesopotamia, Syria, and parts of the Levant. He subdued rebellious vassal states and incorporated vast new regions, such as Israel and parts of Babylonia, into the empire's fold. His conquests not only expanded Assyria's territorial reach, but also secured important trade routes and resources. Sargon II, who ruled from 722 to 705 BCE, continued Tiglath-Pileser's aggressive policies and is noted for his establishment of a new capital at Dur-Sharrukin, modern Khorsabad. Sargon's reign was marked by significant military campaigns, including the conquest of the Kingdom of Israel and campaigns against Urartu in the north. His strategic urban development and administrative reforms further solidified Assyrian dominance. Following Sargon II, King Sennacherib, 705 to 681 BCE, famously relocated the Assyrian capital to Nineveh, which he transformed into a magnificent city adorned with grand palaces and impressive defensive walls. Sennacherib's reign included campaigns to quell rebellions in Babylon and the Levant, most notably his siege of Jerusalem, as described in biblical accounts. Despite his military successes, Sennacherib's harsh policies often fueled resistance, particularly in Babylon. Esarhaddon 681 to 669 BCE. Son of Sennacherib is credited with restoring Babylon after its destruction, aiming to heal the fractured relationship between Assyria and Babylon. His reign was marked by continued expansion, including the successful conquest of Egypt in 671 BCE. This victory was a significant milestone, extending Assyrian influence deep into northeastern Africa and demonstrating the empire's power under these rulers. The Assyrian Empire reached unprecedented size, incorporating a mosaic of cultures and peoples. However, this vast empire also required constant military vigilance and administrative oversight, laying the groundwork for the challenges future rulers would face in maintaining such a sprawling dominion. The Assyrian Empire's relationship with Babylon was a defining feature of its history, marked by cycles of conquest, destruction, accommodation, and rebuilding. Babylon was both a prized jewel and a persistent challenge for the Assyrian kings, representing not only a major political and economic center in southern Mesopotamia, but also a bastion of ancient culture and religious significance. Babylon's importance stemmed from its rich heritage as a center of learning, religion, and trade. The city was famed for its impressive temples, including the Esagila complex dedicated to the god Marduk, Babylon's patron deity. Control over Babylon meant access to vast wealth, fertile lands, and the legitimacy that came with ruling a city steeped in Mesopotamian tradition. Despite this, Babylon frequently rebelled against Assyrian rule, challenging the empire's authority. These uprisings often stemmed from local resentment of Assyrian domination and heavy-handed governance, as well as Babylon's deep-rooted pride in its cultural independence. This tension led to repeated military campaigns by Assyrian kings determined to maintain control. One of the most dramatic episodes was under Sennacherib 705 to 681 BCE, who, after numerous rebellions, famously destroyed Babylon in 689 BC. Sennacherib's campaign was brutal, The city was razed, its temples desecrated, and much of its population killed or displaced. This act shocked many in Mesopotamia because of Babylon's religious status and long history, and it cast a shadow over Sennacherib's legacy. Recognizing the strategic and symbolic importance of Babylon, Esarhaddon, Sennacherib's successor, adopted a different approach. In 681 BCE, Esarhaddon began rebuilding Babylon with great care and reverence, restoring its temples and palaces. He sought to repair relations by honoring Babylonian traditions and its gods, especially Marduk. This policy of restoration helped stabilize the region and placated the Babylonian populace, showing a more conciliatory side of Assyrian rule. However, the relationship remained complex and often fraught. While Assyria exercised political control over Babylon, the city retained a distinct cultural and religious identity that occasionally fueled tensions. The interplay of domination and respect between the Assyrian rulers and Babylonian elites shaped much of the empire's southern policy. In summary, the Assyrian-Babylonian relationship was characterized by conflict and conciliation, destruction and rebuilding, reflecting the challenges of ruling an empire over diverse and proud city-states. This dynamic was central to Assyria's history and influenced the political landscape of ancient Mesopotamia for centuries. The expansion of the Assyrian Empire into Egypt marked one of the most ambitious military campaigns of the ancient Near East. Led by King Esarhaddon, reigned 681 to 669 BCE. This conquest not only extended Assyrian influence into one of the world's oldest and most storied civilizations, but also showcased the empire's military prowess and strategic acumen. Egypt, during Esarhaddon's time, was ruled by the dynasty, known as the Kushite or Nubian dynasty, originating from the south in Nubia, modern-day Sudan. The Kushite kings had established control over Egypt, revitalizing its culture and power. However, Assyria's expansionist policies soon put the two empires on a collision course. Esarhaddon's campaign was motivated by both strategic and political considerations. Controlling Egypt meant access to its vast resources, including fertile agricultural lands, wealth from trade routes, and the prestigious cultural capital that came with dominance over this ancient civilization. Additionally, securing Egypt would serve as a buffer against rival powers and rebellious vassals in the region. In 673 BCE, Esarhaddon launched his first invasion of Egypt. Although initially unsuccessful in capturing the capital Memphis, he succeeded in establishing a foothold in the Nile Delta and weakening Kushite influence. Undeterred, Esarhaddon prepared for a second campaign, which took place in 671 BCE this time. He led a massive and well-coordinated assault with a large army, supported by his navy navigating the Nile. The siege of Memphis was fierce but ultimately successful. Esarhaddon's forces captured the city, effectively ending Kushite rule in Egypt and bringing the territory under Assyrian control. Esarhaddon took great care to present himself as a legitimate ruler, adopting Egyptian royal titulary and respecting local religious customs. This political savvy helped him secure the loyalty of the Egyptian elite and reduce resistance. Following the conquest, Esarhaddon appointed local governors loyal to Assyria to administer the region and integrated Egypt into the Assyrian imperial system. The conquest facilitated increased trade and cultural exchange, further enriching the empire. Despite this success, Assyrian control over Egypt remained tenuous. Revolts and rebellions were frequent, and maintaining authority over such a distant and culturally distinct land proved challenging for Esarhaddon's successors. Nevertheless, the conquest of Egypt under Esarhaddon marked a high point in Assyrian imperial expansion, demonstrating the empire's ability to project power far beyond Mesopotamia. Ashurbanipal, who ruled from 668 to 627 BCE, is often regarded as the last great king of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. His reign marked both the cultural zenith and the beginning of the empire's decline, characterized by impressive military campaigns, political consolidation, and monumental cultural achievements. Among his most enduring legacies is the establishment of the Library of Nineveh, a vast collection of texts that offers invaluable insight into ancient Mesopotamian civilization. Ashurbanipal was unique among Assyrian kings for his scholarly pursuits. Unlike many of his predecessors, he was highly literate and personally involved in the collection and preservation of knowledge. He commissioned scribes to gather cuneiform tablets from across the empire, compiling works on history, literature, science, religion, and magic. This effort culminated in the creation of the Library of Nineveh, located in the capital city, which is considered one of the earliest libraries in human history. The library housed tens of thousands of clay tablets, including the famous Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest known pieces of literature. It also contained astronomical records, medical texts, religious hymns, legal documents, and administrative records, reflecting the intellectual richness of Mesopotamian culture. Ashurbanipal's dedication to preserving this knowledge has allowed modern scholars to better understand ancient Assyria and its neighbors. Militarily, Ashurbanipal continued the expansionist policies of his predecessors, leading campaigns to subdue rebellious regions such as Elam and Babylon. His military prowess was demonstrated in brutal sieges and decisive battles that maintained Assyrian dominance in the region. However, these campaigns also strained the empire's resources and sowed seeds of unrest. Despite his achievements, Ashurbanipal's reign faced growing internal challenges. Increasingly, the empire was burdened by administrative difficulties, revolts, and external threats. While Ashurbanipal's cultural contributions were immense, his inability to stabilize the empire politically foreshadowed its eventual fragmentation. In summary, Ashurbanipal's reign represents a fascinating duality, the height of Assyrian cultural and intellectual accomplishment, embodied by the Library of Nineveh, alongside the mounting pressures that would ultimately lead to the empire's fall. His legacy endures not only in the monuments and texts he preserved, but also in the historical lessons drawn from his complex and pivotal rule. Despite the impressive military conquests and administrative innovations of the Assyrian Empire, structural weaknesses gradually undermined its stability, leading to its eventual collapse in the late 7th century BCE. These internal vulnerabilities, combined with growing external pressures, spelled the end for one of the ancient world's most formidable powers. One of the major structural problems was the empire's overextension. The Assyrian Empire stretched from the eastern Mediterranean to parts of Iran and Egypt, requiring enormous resources to govern and defend. The constant need for military campaigns to suppress rebellions and maintain control drained the empire's treasury and exhausted its manpower. This relentless warfare bred resentment and unrest among subjugated peoples, who frequently rebelled against Assyrian rule. Internal rebellions, especially in key cities like Babylon, severely challenged Assyrian authority. Babylon was not only a strategic center but also a cultural and religious heartland with a long history of independence. The Babylonians repeatedly revolted, taking advantage of Assyrian distractions elsewhere. These uprisings destabilized the empire from within and forced the Assyrians to divert resources to suppress them. weakening their grip on other regions. Externally, the Assyrians faced a formidable alliance between the Babylonians and the Medes, an Iranian people who inhabited the mountainous regions east of Assyria. This coalition became the critical force that toppled the empire. The Medes, alongside the Babylonians, capitalized on Assyria's internal strife and overextension to launch coordinated attacks. In 612 BCE, the combined forces famously sacked Nineveh, the Assyrian capital, marking a catastrophic blow to the empire. The fall of Assyria was also hastened by political instability at the core of its government. After Ashurbanipal's death, the empire was plagued by weak rulers, palace intrigues, and civil wars that fragmented central authority. This internal chaos made it difficult to mount an effective defense against external enemies. Moreover, the empire's administrative reliance on terror and harsh rule may have secured short-term compliance but undermined long-term loyalty. The brutal tactics alienated subject populations, fostering a desire for independence and making the empire vulnerable to revolts. In conclusion, the collapse of the Assyrian Empire was not the result of a single event, but a complex interplay of overextension, internal rebellion, political instability, and the rise of a powerful external coalition. The fall of Assyria in 612 BCE ushered in a new era in Near Eastern history, with the Babylonian and Median powers reshaping the region's political landscape. The Neo-Babylonian Empire, also known as the Chaldean Empire, emerged from the ashes of the Assyrian Empire's collapse, marking a pivotal shift in Mesopotamian history. Central to this transformation was Nabopolassar, a skilled leader and founder of the Chaldean dynasty, whose rise to power set the foundation for Babylon's resurgence as a dominant regional force. Nabopolassar came from the Chaldean tribal groups in southern Mesopotamia, a region that had long experienced Assyrian domination. In the chaotic aftermath of Assyria's fall, Nabopolassar seized the opportunity to assert control over Babylon. Around 626 BCE, he declared himself king, effectively initiating the Neo-Babylonian period. His leadership was marked by strategic diplomacy and military acumen, crucial traits that allowed him to consolidate power in a fragmented and unstable political landscape. One of Nabopolassar's most consequential moves was forming a powerful alliance with the Medes, an Iranian people residing to the east of Mesopotamia. The Medes, themselves an emerging power and eager to challenge Assyrian dominance, found a natural ally in Nabopolassar. This alliance proved vital in their joint campaigns against the remnants of the Assyrian Empire, especially in the decisive battles that would lead to the destruction of the Assyrian capital, Nineveh, in 612 BCE. Together, Nabopolassar and the Medes coordinated military efforts that systematically dismantled Assyrian control over the Near East. Their collaboration brought an end to Assyria's centuries-long hegemony, allowing Babylon to reclaim its historical status as a political and cultural capital. This alliance not only shaped the military and political landscape, but also fostered a period of relative stability and prosperity for Babylon. Nabopolassar's reign was also significant for its emphasis on restoring Babylon's glory. He initiated rebuilding projects and worked to re-establish the city's religious and cultural institutions, setting the stage for his son, Nebuchadnezzar II, to further elevate Babylon to unprecedented heights. Under Nabopolassar's guidance, the Neo-Babylonian Empire positioned itself as a dominant power in the ancient Near East, demonstrating the effectiveness of strategic alliances and visionary leadership in a period of great upheaval. In conclusion, Nabopolassar's rise and his alliance with the Medes were foundational in dismantling the Assyrian Empire and establishing a new Babylonian era. His legacy laid the groundwork for the empire's expansion, cultural renaissance, and enduring influence in the region. Nebuchadnezzar II, son of Nabopolassar, is perhaps the most renowned ruler of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, presiding over its peak expansion and cultural renaissance. From 605 to 562 BCE, his reign was marked by military conquests that extended Babylonian dominance across much of the Near East, as well as significant political and religious developments. One of the most notable episodes of Nebuchadnezzar's rule was his prolonged involvement with the Kingdom of Judah, centered on the city of Jerusalem. The geopolitical importance of Judah, positioned between Egypt and Mesopotamia, made it a critical battleground for influence. Nebuchadnezzar initially besieged Jerusalem in 597 BCE, after the Judean king Jehoiakim rebelled against Babylonian overlordship. The siege resulted in the city's capture and the deportation of the Judean elite, including the prophet Ezekiel, to Babylon. This event marked the beginning of the Jewish exile, a defining moment for Jewish history. However, Jerusalem's submission was temporary. In 586 BCE, after continued rebellion, Nebuchadnezzar led another devastating campaign against the city. This siege ended with the complete destruction of Jerusalem, including Solomon's Temple, a spiritual and cultural center. For the Jewish people, the destruction symbolized Babylon's overwhelming military might, but also intensified the exile, as a larger segment of the Jewish population was forcibly relocated to Babylon. Beyond the campaigns in Judah, Nebuchadnezzar expanded Babylon's borders through military campaigns across Syria, Phoenicia, and other Levantian territories, reinforcing Babylonian influence over important trade routes and regional powers. His military efforts not only expanded the empire's reach, but also secured its economic and strategic interests. Nebuchadnezzar's successes were not just military, but also diplomatic, often incorporating local rulers into Babylon's imperial framework through vassalage and tribute systems. This strategy helped maintain relative stability across diverse populations, while his military conquests secured Babylon's dominance. Nebuchadnezzar also emphasized the empire's cultural and architectural grandeur, seeking to legitimize his rule through grand projects that celebrated Babylon's heritage and divine favor. In sum, Nebuchadnezzar II's reign was transformative, marked by significant expansion of territory, the pivotal siege and destruction of Jerusalem, and the consequential Jewish exile, events that would leave a lasting legacy on both the Babylonian Empire and the wider ancient world. Under the Neo-Babylonian Empire, particularly during the reign of Nebuchadnezzar II, Babylon transformed into one of the most magnificent cities of the ancient world, renowned for its impressive architectural and urban projects. These grand constructions not only showcased Babylon's wealth and power, but also reflected its religious significance and the ambition of its rulers to create a lasting legacy. One of the most striking features of Babylon was its massive city walls. Nebuchadnezzar II undertook extensive rebuilding and fortification efforts, enhancing the city's defenses with thick, towering walls reinforced with strong gates. These walls stretched for miles and were considered among the greatest engineering feats of the ancient world, symbolizing Babylon's strength and security. The walls were constructed with layers of baked bricks and featured watchtowers, designed to protect against potential invasions and to impress visitors with Babylon's might. Leading through the heart of the city was the famed processional way, A grand avenue paved with glazed bricks in vibrant blue and adorned with reliefs of lions, dragons, and bulls. This ceremonial road was used during religious festivals, notably the Akitu New Year festival, when statues of the gods were paraded through the city. The processional way connected key religious sites and palaces, creating a symbolic route that showcased the divine favor and royal authority vested in the city. At the spiritual core of Babylon stood the Temple of Marduk, the city's chief deity and patron god of Babylon. Known as Esagila, this temple complex was ostensibly expanded under Nebuchadnezzar, serving as the religious center of the empire. The temple was richly decorated and housed sacred statues and treasures, reinforcing Babylon's role as a religious capital. Among the most famous architectural wonders attributed to Nebuchadnezzar's era is the Etemenanki, the massive ziggurat, believed to have inspired the biblical Tower of Babel's story. This monumental stepped structure soared high into the sky and symbolized the connection between heaven and earth, serving as a temple to Marduk. Though debated by historians, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon are traditionally attributed to Nebuchadnezzar as well. Said to be built to please his Median wife Amytis, the gardens featured lush greenery and terraces that appeared to hang above the city, representing an early example of sophisticated irrigation and landscaping. Together, these grand building projects underscored Babylon's political, religious, and cultural prominence, making it a center of awe and admiration in the ancient world. The Neo-Babylonian Empire was not only a period marked by grand architectural accomplishments and political power, but also a flourishing era of intellectual development. The Chaldean rulers, especially under Nebuchadnezzar II and his successors, fostered advancements in astronomy, literature, and economic administration, leaving a rich legacy that influenced later civilizations. Astronomy was among the most celebrated sciences in Babylon. Babylonian scholars had inherited a long tradition of celestial observation from earlier Mesopotamian cultures. But during the Neo-Babylonian period, these studies reached new heights. Astronomers meticulously recorded the movements of stars, planets, and lunar cycles on clay tablets, developing sophisticated mathematical methods to predict celestial events. These records laid the groundwork for modern astronomy, including early forms of astrology, which linked celestial phenomena with earthly events and divine will. The precision of Babylonian astronomical calculations impressed later Greek astronomers and was instrumental in shaping Hellenistic and Islamic astronomy. Literature also thrived during this period, with scribes and scholars preserving and producing texts in both the Akkadian language and Sumerian traditions. The Neo-Babylonian era saw the compilation, copying, and commentary on classic epics, myths, and religious texts, ensuring their transmission through generations. Notable works included versions of the Epic of Gilgamesh, hymns to gods such as Marduk, and wisdom literature reflecting on morality, kingship, and the divine order. This literary activity was closely tied to the scribal schools, which served as centers of learning and cultural continuity. Economically, the Neo-Babylonian Empire inherited and refined complex administrative systems essential for managing its vast territories. Detailed records of trade, taxation, and resource distribution were maintained on clay tablets, demonstrating advanced bookkeeping practices. The empire's economy was based on agriculture, trade, and tribute from conquered regions, supported by a bureaucracy skilled in economic management. Contracts, loans, and commercial transactions were meticulously documented, indicating a sophisticated legal and financial framework. Together, these intellectual achievements reveal a society deeply engaged in understanding the natural world, preserving cultural heritage, and managing economic complexity. The Neo-Babylonian Empire's scholarly contributions not only bolstered its own prestige, but also provided a foundation for the intellectual traditions of the ancient Near East and beyond. The Neo-Babylonian Empire reached its peak under Nebuchadnezzar II, whose reign from 605 to 562 BCE was marked by military conquest, grand architectural projects, and cultural flourishing. However, following his death, the empire began a gradual decline characterized by internal strife, weakened leadership, and shifting religious and political dynamics that would ultimately contribute to its downfall. Nebuchadnezzar's successors struggled to maintain the same level of control and authority. While they inherited the vast empire he consolidated, they lacked his political acumen and military prowess. This led to increasing difficulties in managing the empire's diverse populations and far-flung territories, with provinces asserting greater autonomy and rebellion becoming more frequent. The central government's grip weakened as competing factions vied for influence within the royal court, creating an atmosphere of instability. The reign of Nabonidus 556 to 539 BCE, the empire's last king, exemplified the challenges facing Babylon in its twilight years. Nabonidus is a controversial figure in history, often portrayed unfavorably in traditional Babylonian and later biblical accounts. He deviated from established religious customs, favoring the moon god Sin over the traditional patron deity Marduk. This religious shift alienated the powerful priesthood of Marduk, which had been central to Babylonian identity and political legitimacy. His long absences from Babylon, as he spent years in the desert city of Tama in Arabia, left the capital vulnerable and eroded royal authority. Nabonidus's policies and neglect of the religious elite undermined the unity and stability of the empire. The priesthood's discontent weakened the social cohesion that Nebuchadnezzar's reign had fostered. Furthermore, the empire faced mounting external pressures, notably from the rising power of the Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great. The Persian threat, coupled with internal discontent, created a volatile situation that the weakened Neo-Babylonian state struggled to address effectively. Economically, the empire faced difficulties as trade routes shifted and administrative inefficiencies increased, compounding the challenges of maintaining such a vast realm. Nabonidus's unpopular rule, combined with military setbacks and religious disputes, ultimately paved the way for the empire's collapse. Thus, the decline after Nebuchadnezzar's death, and particularly during Nabonidus's reign, reflects a period of political fragmentation, religious upheaval, and vulnerability that set the stage for the eventual conquest of Babylon by the Persians in 539 BCE, marking the end of the Neo-Babylonian Empire and a significant turning point in Near Eastern history. The fall of Babylon in 539 BCE marked a pivotal moment in ancient Near Eastern history, ending the Neo-Babylonian Empire and ushering in Persian dominance under Cyrus the Great. This event was the culmination of decades of political instability, internal decline, and external pressure that had weakened Babylon's once formidable power. Cyrus the Great, founder of the Achaemenid Persian Empire, had steadily expanded his territories, uniting the Medes and Persians and conquering vast regions, stretching from Central Asia to the Mediterranean. His campaign against Babylon was both strategic and relatively bloodless, showcasing his reputation as a shrewd military leader and diplomat. The siege and conquest of Babylon are recorded in multiple sources, including the Cyrus cylinder, which portrays Cyrus as a liberator rather than a conqueror. This propaganda aimed to legitimize his rule by emphasizing respect for Babylonian religion and culture. Unlike previous invasions characterized by destruction and subjugation, Cyrus portrayed himself as a restorer of peace and order, promising to respect the gods of Babylon and restore temples and religious practices. Babylon fell quickly and almost without resistance. Several factors contributed to this relatively smooth takeover. Internally, Babylon had become politically fractured and religiously divided, especially during the reign of Nabonidus, whose neglect of the powerful Marduk priesthood alienated many influential factions within the city. Moreover, the Babylonian military was no longer the formidable force it once had been, weakened by years of internal conflict and diminishing resources. The Persian forces purportedly entered Babylon through a combination of military strategy and exploiting a poorly guarded waterway, the Euphrates River, which flowed beneath the city walls. By diverting the river's course, Cyrus's army was able to infiltrate the city, surprising the defenders and seizing control with minimal violence. Following the conquest, Cyrus established Babylon as a key administrative center of the vast Persian Empire. He maintained much of the local administrative structure and respected Babylonian traditions, which helped to pacify the population and integrate the region into his empire. The famous Cyrus cylinder, often regarded as one of the earliest declarations of human rights, highlights his commitment to restoring displaced peoples and religious freedom, including the famous decree allowing the Jewish exiles to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple. In sum, the fall of Babylon in 539 BCE was not merely a military victory, but also a deft political and cultural maneuver by Cyrus the Great. It symbolized the end of Neo-Babylonian sovereignty and the rise of Persian influence, shaping the course of Middle Eastern history for centuries to come. Cyrus the Great, the founder of the Achaemenid Persian Empire, stands as one of history's most remarkable and influential leaders. Rising from the relatively obscure Persian tribe, Cyrus united the disparate Medes and Persians in the mid-century BCE, creating an empire that would stretch from the Indus Valley to the Mediterranean. His reign marked a transformative era characterized not only by military conquests, but also by a progressive approach to governance, especially in terms of cultural and religious tolerance. Cyrus's ascent began with his overthrow of the Median King Astyages around 550 BCE, which set the stage for rapid territorial expansion. Unlike many conquerors of the ancient world, who imposed their rule through destruction and forced assimilation, Cyrus adopted a more pragmatic and humane policy. He understood the importance of winning the loyalty of diverse populations within his empire, which included numerous ethnic groups, languages, and religions. One of the most significant aspects of Cyrus's rule was his respect for the religious customs and traditions of the peoples he conquered. Rather than imposing Persian religious beliefs, he allowed local practices to continue and even restored temples and shrines that had been neglected or destroyed during previous conflicts. This policy was a sharp contrast to the often harsh rule of earlier empires and helped to stabilize the vast territories under his control. The famous Cyrus cylinder, discovered in Babylon and often considered the first charter of human rights, exemplifies his approach. Inscribed in Akkadian cuneiform, the cylinder records Cyrus's conquest of Babylon in 539 BCE and portrays him as a liberator, chosen by the Babylonian god Marduk. It highlights his efforts to repatriate displaced peoples, including the Jews exiled in Babylon, allowing them to return to their homeland and rebuild their temples. This act of religious tolerance and support for cultural restoration won Cyrus widespread respect and ensured relative peace within his empire. Cyrus's policies extended beyond religion to include administrative practices that valued local governance and customs. By allowing a degree of autonomy and respecting the diversity of his subjects, he fostered loyalty and reduced the likelihood of rebellion. This inclusive approach became a hallmark of Achaemenid rule and set a precedent for future empires. In sum, Cyrus the Great's rise was not just a tale of military genius, but a story of enlightened leadership. His policies of cultural and religious tolerance were revolutionary for the ancient world, enabling the Persian Empire to flourish as a multi-ethnic and multicultural state that endured for centuries. His legacy as a tolerant and wise ruler continues to resonate in historical and ethical discussions to this day. In 539 BCE, Cyrus the Great achieved one of the most notable events of his reign, the peaceful conquest of Babylon. Unlike many violent takeovers of ancient cities, Babylon fell to Cyrus without significant bloodshed or destruction. This remarkable event reflected not only Cyrus's military strategy but also his reputation for magnanimity and respect toward conquered peoples, which helped him consolidate his rapidly expanding empire. Babylon was a wealthy and culturally vibrant city, long considered a center of power in Mesopotamia. Its fall marked the end of the Neo-Babylonian Empire and the rise of Persian rule in the region. Cyrus entered Babylon as a liberator rather than a conqueror. He was welcomed by many inhabitants who saw him as a more tolerant and just ruler compared to the previous kings. This acceptance helped ensure a smooth transition and allowed Cyrus to govern effectively from Babylon, which he made one of the empire's key capitals. One of the most significant documents from this period is the Cyrus Cylinder, often regarded as the world's first declaration of human rights. This clay artifact, inscribed in Akkadian cuneiform, records Cyrus's conquest and his policies toward the peoples of Babylon. It portrays him as chosen by Marduk, the chief Babylonian deity, to restore peace and order. The cylinder emphasizes Cyrus's commitment to religious freedom, the restoration of temples, and the repatriation of displaced populations. Among those who benefited most from Cyrus's policies were the Jews, who had been exiled to Babylon following the destruction of Jerusalem in 586 BC. Cyrus issued a decree permitting the Jewish people to return to their homeland and rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. This act of clemency and cultural respect was unprecedented at the time and earned Cyrus a lasting place in Jewish history as a liberator and protector. Cyrus's legacy went beyond conquest. It was defined by his enlightened governance. By respecting local customs, religions, and traditions, he fostered loyalty and stability across a vast and diverse empire. His policies influenced subsequent empires and continue to be studied as early examples of human rights and enlightened leadership. In summary, the peaceful occupation of Babylon and Cyrus's legacy, epitomized by the Cyrus Cylinder and the return of the Jews, exemplify his unique approach to empire building, one rooted in tolerance, respect, and pragmatic governance that allowed the Persian Empire to thrive for centuries. Following the remarkable conquests of Cyrus the Great and the establishment of the Persian Empire, an efficient and adaptable administrative system was crucial for maintaining control over an immense and culturally diverse territory. The Persian Empire was one of the largest in the ancient world, stretching from the Indus Valley in the east to Egypt and Anatolia in the west. Managing such a vast empire required innovation in governance, communication, and economic integration. Central to Persian administration was the system of satrapies, provincial governorships, established to decentralize authority while maintaining overall imperial control. The empire was divided into approximately 20 to 30 satrapies, each governed by a satrap appointed directly by the king. These satraps functioned as regional rulers, responsible for collecting taxes, maintaining security, overseeing justice, and providing troops when necessary. However, their power was checked by royal inspectors and military officials who reported directly to the emperor, ensuring loyalty and preventing abuses of power. The use of Aramaic as the official administrative language was another key factor in unifying the empire. Aramaic, a Semitic language widely spoken across the Near East, was adopted as a lingua franca to facilitate communication across diverse ethnic and linguistic groups within the empire. This choice allowed for smoother governance, legal proceedings, and record-keeping across vast regions, transcending local languages and dialects. Aramaic's role in administration continued well beyond the Persian period, influencing later empires and cultures. Economic cohesion was further enhanced by the introduction of a standardized coinage system, pioneered under Darius I, Cyrus's successor. The Persian darik, a gold coin, became a symbol of imperial authority and facilitated trade across the empire's expansive markets. The coinage system promoted economic stability by enabling consistent taxation and encouraging commerce between distant provinces. This monetary standard also helped integrate local economies into a larger imperial framework, fostering prosperity and exchange. Together, these administrative innovations, the satrapy system, use of Aramaic, and standardized coinage allowed the Persian Empire to efficiently manage its vast territories and diverse populations. This organizational sophistication not only secured the empire's longevity, but also sets important precedents for future empires in governance and economic integration. After Cyrus the Great laid the foundation of the Persian Empire with his conquest of Babylon in 539 BCE, the empire entered a period of remarkable expansion and consolidation under his successors, most notably Darius I and Xerxes I the Achaemenid. Persian Empire quickly became the largest empire the ancient world had ever seen, stretching from the Indus Valley in the east to the Aegean Sea and Egypt in the west. This vast domain was held together by a sophisticated administrative system, cultural tolerance, and a powerful military. During the reign of Darius I 522 to 486 BCE, the empire was divided into satrapies or provinces, each overseen by a governor or satrap. Darius reorganized the empire's bureaucracy, introduced a standardized tax system, and improved infrastructure with an extensive network of roads including the famous Royal Road which facilitated communication, trade, and troop movements across vast distances. The Persian postal system, with mounted couriers, allowed messages to travel with unprecedented speed, helping the central government maintain control over far-flung territories. Religiously and culturally, the Persians practiced tolerance, allowing subject peoples to retain their customs, languages, and religious practices. This policy fostered relative peace and stability across the empire's diverse populations, including Egyptians, Babylonians, Jews, Greeks, and many others. The empire also incorporated various cultural and economic practices from conquered peoples, further enriching Persian governance. Despite its strengths, the Persian Empire faced significant challenges, particularly from the Greek city-states. The Greco-Persian Wars circa 499 to 449 BCE marked a prolonged struggle for dominance over the eastern Mediterranean. Persian rulers, especially Xerxes I, launched massive invasions of Greece, famously defeated at battles such as Marathon, Salamis, and Plataea. These conflicts strained the empire's resources and revealed vulnerabilities in its hold over Western territories. By the late 4th century BCE, the Persian Empire was still a dominant power, but increasingly weakened by internal strife and external pressures. The rise of Macedon under Philip II and later his son, Alexander the Great, posed an existential threat. Alexander, aiming to unite Greece and challenge Persian supremacy, launched a campaign of conquest in 334 BCE. His swift and strategic military advances culminated in the decisive Battle of Gaugamela in 331 BCE, where the Persian army suffered a crushing defeat. This victory effectively ended Persian dominance in Mesopotamia and marked the beginning of the Hellenistic period. Alexander's conquest ushered in profound political, cultural, and social transformations across the former Persian territories, signaling the end of the Achaemenid era and the rise of Greek influence in the ancient Near East. Following the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BCE, his vast empire was divided among his generals, known as the Diadochi. One of the successor states, the Seleucid Empire, came to control much of Mesopotamia, including Babylon and its surrounding regions. This period marked a profound transformation in the cultural and political landscape of Mesopotamia, ushering in the Hellenistic era, characterized by the blending of Greek and local traditions. The Seleucid rulers, beginning with Seleucus Inachgator, established their new capital at Seleucia on the Tigris River, near the older city of Babylon. Seleucia rapidly grew to become the political and economic heart of the region, eclipsing Babylon's former prominence. It was strategically located on the main trade routes connecting the Mediterranean to the Iranian plateau and beyond, facilitating the flow of goods, ideas, and peoples. This city was designed with typical Greek urban planning, featuring a grid layout, public spaces such as agoras and Greek-style temples, reflecting the fusion of Hellenistic and Mesopotamian urbanism. Culturally, the Seleucid period saw an active mingling of Greek and indigenous Mesopotamian elements. Greek became the administrative and cultural lingua franca, encouraging the spread of Hellenistic art, literature, philosophy, and religion across the empire. At the same time, native traditions persisted and adapted, creating a dynamic cultural synthesis. Temples to Greek gods were constructed alongside traditional Mesopotamian shrines, and local religious practices often absorbed Hellenistic motifs. The Seleucid rulers promoted the foundation of new cities and encouraged Greek colonists to settle in Mesopotamia, helping to establish a diverse population of Greeks, Persians, Babylonians, Jews, and other ethnic groups. This diversity fostered intellectual exchange and economic vitality, with centers like Seleucia becoming hubs for learning, trade, and diplomacy. Despite these cultural innovations, the Seleucid Empire faced ongoing challenges from rival powers, such as the Parthians, who gradually eroded Seleucid control in Mesopotamia. By the mid-2nd century BCE, the Parthians had established dominance over much of the region, signaling the end of Seleucid political power, but leaving behind a rich legacy of Hellenistic cultural blending. In sum, the Hellenistic period under the Seleucids was a time of significant transition for Mesopotamia crossroads, where Greek and native traditions interwove, reshaping the region's identity and setting the stage for subsequent historical developments under Parthian and later Sasanian rule. Following the gradual decline of the Seleucid Empire in the 2nd century BCE, the region of Mesopotamia underwent a significant political transformation as power shifted to new empires, first the Parthians and later the Sasanians. This transition marked a pivotal moment in the history of Mesopotamia, reshaping its political, cultural, and religious landscape for centuries to come. The Parthians, originating from northeastern Iran, capitalized on the weakening of Seleucid control to establish their own rule over much of Mesopotamia. By around 150 BCE, the Parthian Empire was characterized by a decentralized political system that allowed local rulers significant autonomy, yet it maintained a strong overarching authority. Centered in the city of Ctesiphon, near modern-day Baghdad, Parthian rule was marked by a fusion of Hellenistic, Iranian, and Mesopotamian traditions, continuing the cultural blending initiated during the Seleucid period. Despite their decentralized governance, the Parthians successfully defended their territory against Roman incursions, becoming a formidable power in the region. Culturally, they patronized the arts and promoted Zoroastrianism alongside older Mesopotamian religious practices, supporting a rich religious diversity that included emerging Christian communities. By the early 3rd century CE, the Parthian dynasty was challenged by a rising power in Persia. The Sasanians, led by Ardashir I, overthrew the Parthians around 224 CE and established a more centralized and autocratic empire. The Sasanian Empire restored Persian cultural and political dominance over Mesopotamia and Iran, seeking to revive the ancient glory of the Achaemenid Empire. Their capital remained at Ctesiphon, which flourished as a major political and cultural center. Under Sasanian rule, Zoroastrianism became the state religion, receiving significant royal patronage, though other religious traditions persisted. The Sasanians implemented administrative reforms, strengthening central control and reorganizing provincial governance to improve efficiency and military readiness. The Sasanian period also witnessed increased conflict with the Roman and later Byzantine Empire, with Mesopotamia often serving as a battleground for their protracted struggles. These conflicts shaped the region's political dynamics and had lasting effects on its infrastructure and population. Ultimately, the Parthian and Sasanian eras represent crucial chapters in Mesopotamian history, bridging the classical Hellenistic world and the later Islamic period. They preserved and transformed the region's heritage, leaving a legacy of cultural synthesis, religious diversity, and political resilience that influenced the broader Near East for centuries. The rich cultural heritage of Mesopotamia, once a cradle of civilization, experienced significant transformations during the Persian and subsequent post-independence periods. Among the most notable changes was the gradual decline of cuneiform writing, one of the world's earliest known writing systems, and a corresponding shift away from many native Mesopotamian traditions. This transition was shaped by evolving political powers, linguistic shifts, and the influence of new cultures and religions. Cuneiform, developed by the Sumerians around 3200 BCE, had long served as the primary medium for recording everything, from administrative records to literature, religious texts, and scientific knowledge. Its complex wedge-shaped characters were inscribed on clay tablets, preserving an extraordinary record of Mesopotamian history, law, and thought. However, by the 1st centuries BCE and CE, cuneiform began to wane as other writing systems, particularly alphabetic scripts, gained prominence. One major factor behind this decline was the rise of Aramaic as the lingua franca of the Near East. Under the Achaemenid Persian Empire, Aramaic was established as the official administrative language, due to its simplicity and widespread use among diverse populations. This linguistic shift reduced the practical utility of cuneiform, which required specialized scribal training and was more cumbersome to use compared to alphabetic scripts. Over time, Aramaic and other scripts, like Greek in the Hellenistic period, gradually replaced cuneiform in official and everyday use. Alongside the decline of cuneiform, many native Mesopotamian religious and cultural traditions also transformed or diminished. The rise of Zoroastrianism under Persian and later Sasanian rule introduced new religious paradigms that influenced local beliefs. Additionally, the growing presence of Judaism, Christianity, and other faiths further diversified the religious landscape, often overshadowing traditional Mesopotamian polytheism. Nevertheless, aspects of Mesopotamian heritage endured in subtle ways. Some rituals, myths, and iconography persisted or were adapted by later cultures, testifying to the resilience of these ancient traditions even as the broader society evolved. Archaeological discoveries continue to reveal the depth and complexity of Mesopotamian civilization, reminding us of its foundational role in human history. In summary, the gradual decline of cuneiform and native Mesopotamian traditions reflects the dynamic nature of cultural change in response to shifting political powers, languages, and religions. While cuneiform eventually faded into obsolescence, its legacy remains a testament to the ingenuity of early civilizations and their enduring impact on the world. The Persian and post-independence periods in Mesopotamia were characterized not only by shifting political powers, but also by an extraordinary religious diversity that shaped the spiritual landscape of the region. This era witnessed the coexistence and interaction of several major religious traditions, including Judaism, Mandaism, Manichaeism, and Eastern Christianity, each contributing unique beliefs and practices that enriched Mesopotamian cultural and religious life. Judaism had a significant presence in Mesopotamia following the Babylonian exile of the Jewish people in the 6th century BCE. After Cyrus the Great allowed the Jews to return to their homeland, many remained in Mesopotamia, establishing vibrant Jewish communities, especially around Babylon. Jewish religious life flourished with the development of synagogues, the compilation of sacred texts, and rich traditions that emphasized monotheism, law, and prophecy. This period saw Mesopotamia as a key center for Jewish thought and scholarship, linking ancient biblical heritage with the broader cultural milieu of the Near East. Alongside Judaism, Mandaism emerged as a distinctive Gnostic religious tradition with deep roots in southern Mesopotamia. The Mandeans revered John the Baptist as a central prophet and emphasized rituals of baptism, purity, and a dualistic worldview that contrasted the forces of light and darkness. Their unique religious texts, written in Mandaic, dialect of Aramaic, reflect a rich theological and mystical heritage. Mandaism's survival through centuries of change underscores its resilience despite being a relatively small and often marginalized community. Manichaeism, founded in the 3rd century CE by the prophet Mani, was another influential religious movement that spread throughout Mesopotamia and beyond, combining elements from Christianity, Zoroastrianism, and Buddhism. Manichaeism articulated a cosmic struggle between good and evil, light and darkness. Its missionary zeal led to a wide geographical reach, but it often faced persecution by established religious and political authorities, contributing to its eventual decline. Eastern Christianity, including the Church of the East, also became prominent in Mesopotamia. This branch of Christianity developed distinct theological traditions and was known for its missionary activities extending into Central Asia. Its adherents built churches, monasteries, and centers of learning, playing a vital role in preserving and transmitting classical knowledge and religious texts during times of political upheaval together. These diverse religious traditions illustrate Mesopotamia's role as a crossroads of faiths, where ideas and beliefs intermingled in complex ways. The pluralistic religious environment fostered cultural exchange and dialogue, profoundly influencing the region's history and identity. In the late 7th and early 8th centuries CE, Mesopotamia underwent a profound transformation with the Arab-Muslim conquests. Following the decline of the Sasanian Empire and the Byzantine presence in the region, this fertile land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers became a crucial part of the expanding Islamic world. The Arab armies swiftly overcame the resistance of the older empires, establishing new political and cultural orders deeply rooted in Islam. The Arab-Muslim incursions began in the 630s CE, when Islamic forces crossed the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, capturing key cities such as Ctesiphon, the final capital of the Sasanian Empire. This conquest marked the end of the ancient Mesopotamian empires and the dawn of a new era. Notably, the conquerors often preserved and adapted the cultural and scientific heritage of the civilizations they overtook rather than destroying it, paving the way for a period of renewal and prosperity. A defining moment in this transformation was the founding of Baghdad in 762 CE by Caliph al-Mansur of the Abbasid dynasty. Designed as a circular city, famously known as the Round City, Baghdad was intended to be the new political and cultural capital of the Islamic world. Situated strategically on the banks of the Tigris River, Baghdad quickly flourished as a center for trade, scholarship, and governance, attracting scholars, merchants, and artisans from across Asia, Africa, and Europe. Baghdad's significance extended far beyond politics. It became a beacon of knowledge, exemplified by the establishment of the House of Wisdom, Beit al-Hikmah. This great intellectual hub housed vast collections of manuscripts and was a major site for translating and preserving ancient texts from Greek, Persian, and Indian sources into Arabic. The cultural fusion fostered an Islamic golden age, characterized by remarkable advances in astronomy, medicine, mathematics, philosophy, and literature. The rise of the Arab-Muslim Empire and the foundation of Baghdad signified a crucial turning point in Mesopotamian history. The region shifted from the remnants of old empires to become the vibrant heart of the Islamic civilization for centuries to come. This period not only ensured the survival of ancient knowledge, but also inspired new innovations that would influence the broader medieval world. As centuries passed and new empires rose and fell over the fertile lands of Mesopotamia, the distinctive traditions and cultural practices of its ancient civilizations slowly began to fade from daily life. The decline of cuneiform writing, the abandonment of ancient temples, and the loss of native Mesopotamian religious rites gradually erased much of the visible fabric that had once defined the region's identity. By the early medieval period, only scattered remnants of its once flourishing cities remained, buried beneath layers of earth or repurposed by successive populations. Yet even as the overt markers of Mesopotamian civilization disappeared, subtle continuities persisted in practices that had taken root so deeply they became woven into the broader tapestry of human development. One of the most enduring legacies was the Mesopotamian mastery of astronomy. Ancient Babylonians had long maintained detailed records of celestial phenomena, developing systems to track the movements of planets and predict eclipses. These practices, passed along through Hellenistic intermediaries and preserved by Islamic scholars in cities like Baghdad, directly influenced medieval astronomy and ultimately contributed to the foundations of modern observational science. Similarly, Mesopotamian achievements in mathematics, especially their sexagesimal base-60 system, left a lasting imprint, while cuneiform numerals vanished. The concept of dividing hours into 60 minutes and circles into 360 degrees traces its origins to this ancient culture. Such mathematical conventions quietly endured across millennia, becoming essential components of timekeeping, navigation, and geometry worldwide. In agriculture, the sophisticated irrigation systems pioneered by the Sumerians and Babylonians established engineering principles that persisted throughout the region's long history. Techniques for diverting and managing the waters of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers continued to shape local farming practices well into the Islamic period and beyond, ensuring that the land remained fertile and productive even as political regimes changed. Moreover, administrative innovations from Mesopotamia, such as organized record-keeping, tax collection, and legal codes, influenced successive empires from Persia to Byzantium. Elements of bureaucracy first formalized in the royal courts of Babylon, and Assyria became standard features in governance systems throughout the Near East. Thus, while the names of their gods faded and their cities crumbled, the intellectual and practical achievements of Mesopotamian civilization survived in quiet, resilient forms, a testament to humanity's capacity to absorb and transmit knowledge across generations. Long after the origins of that wisdom have been forgotten, for centuries, the civilizations of ancient Mesopotamia were little more than fading legends and scattered biblical references. The once mighty cities of Babylon, Nineveh, and Lagash had long since crumbled into dust, their monumental ziggurats buried beneath the sands of Iraq and Syria. Few outside local populations even knew their exact locations. It wasn't until the 19th century, with the rise of modern archaeology, that the lost world of Mesopotamia began to resurface, not through myth, but through carefully excavated evidence and deciphered texts. Early European explorers, motivated by biblical curiosity and imperial ambition, ventured into the Middle East in search of tangible remnants of ancient history. Men like Austin Henry Layard, Paul Emile Boita, and Hormuzd Rassam played pivotal roles in unearthing the ruined palaces and temples of Assyrian and Babylonian kings. Their discoveries at sites such as Nineveh, Nimrod, and Babylon revealed not only monumental architecture, but also thousands of clay tablets inscribed with the mysterious cuneiform script, the written language of ancient Mesopotamia. Deciphering cuneiform proved to be a monumental scholarly achievement in itself. In the mid-19th century, scholars including Henry Rawlinson and Edward Hincks cracked the code by studying the multilingual inscriptions on the Behistun rock. A trilingual inscription commissioned by the Persian king Darius I, this breakthrough opened a window into the thoughts, laws, religious beliefs, and daily lives of people who had lived nearly 3,000 years earlier. As archaeology advanced into the 20th and 21st centuries, systematic excavations by teams from Britain, France, Germany, the United States, and later Iraq and other regional institutions expanded our understanding of Mesopotamia's complexity. Discoveries of city layouts, irrigation systems, religious artifacts, and astronomical texts have reconstructed a civilization that laid the groundwork for urban life, codified law, and organized religion. The archaeological rediscovery of Mesopotamia transformed historical narratives. It revealed that achievements once attributed solely to later civilizations, such as writing, legal systems, and monumental architecture, had roots in Sumer and Akkad. Museums around the world now house priceless artifacts from these excavations, preserving Mesopotamia's legacy for future generations. In many ways, modern archaeology has not just unearthed ancient stones, but also reshaped humanity's understanding of its own origins. The painstaking work of excavation, translation, and interpretation continues to illuminate how this ancient culture helped shape the foundations of civilization itself. The civilization of ancient Mesopotamia, though long vanished from the earth, left behind a profound and lasting imprint on the trajectory of human history. Its contributions shaped not only the ancient world, but also the structural, intellectual, and cultural foundations upon which later civilizations would build. Many of the ideas and systems we take for granted today can trace their earliest forms to the fertile river valleys of the Tigris and Euphrates. Perhaps Mesopotamia's most celebrated contribution is the invention of writing. The development of cuneiform script around 3200 BCE represented one of humanity's most transformative achievements, enabling the recording of laws, economic transactions, religious texts, and literary works. It introduced the possibility of preserving knowledge across generations, allowing ideas, histories, and traditions to transcend the limitations of oral memory. Without this innovation, the very concept of recorded history might not exist. Equally significant was Mesopotamia's influence in the realms of law and governance. The Code of Hammurabi, one of the earliest known legal codes, established principles of justice, property rights, and civil obligations. Its concept of laws issued by a sovereign authority and enforced by state power laid the groundwork for legal systems across the ancient and modern worlds. In the fields of science and mathematics, Mesopotamian scholars pioneered early forms of arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy. They divided circles into 360 degrees, established a sexagesimal base 60 numerical system, and tracked celestial bodies with remarkable precision. Their observations informed agricultural calendars and religious rituals, and in time would influence Greek, Islamic, and Renaissance astronomy. Agricultural engineering was another enduring legacy. Through sophisticated irrigation networks and land management techniques, Mesopotamian farmers transformed the harsh landscapes of southern Iraq into productive farmlands. These systems not only supported dense urban populations, but also established models for water management still relevant. In arid regions today, culturally, Mesopotamian myths, epics, and religious traditions echoed through subsequent civilizations. Stories like the Epic of Gilgamesh explored themes of mortality, friendship, and the search for meaning, universal concerns that continue to resonate. These narratives would shape the literature and spiritual thought of ancient Hebrews, Greeks, and others. Ultimately, Mesopotamia's legacy is not confined to museums or ancient texts. It lives on in our cities, legal systems, timekeeping, storytelling, and the very concept of organized human society. The civilization that rose between two rivers planted seeds that would flourish long after its own disappearance. As with many of the world's earliest civilizations, Mesopotamia's cultural, religious, and intellectual traditions did not vanish overnight. Rather, they underwent a gradual transformation, fading from direct practice, yet leaving behind a powerful, indirect heritage that continued to shape successive societies. The transition from direct continuity to indirect inheritance marks one of the most fascinating aspects of Mesopotamia's legacy. In the immediate centuries following the fall of Babylon to the Persian Empire in 539 BCE, many of Mesopotamia's distinct institutions, its temples, scribal schools, cuneiform script, and religious pantheon persisted in a reduced or altered form. The Achaemenid Persians respected local traditions, and Babylon remained an important administrative and religious center. However, over time, as the region passed through Hellenistic, Parthian, Sasanian, and later Arab Muslim control, these uniquely Mesopotamian practices slowly dissolved. Cuneiform, the lifeblood of Mesopotamian administration, literature, and scientific record-keeping, gradually declined in favor of Aramaic and later Arabic scripts. By the end of the 1st century CE, the art of reading cuneiform was largely lost, and with it, direct access to Mesopotamia's vast written heritage. The temples of Marduk and Ishtar fell into disuse, while the once sacred ziggurats crumbled, their bricks repurposed for new construction. Yet even as these direct practices faded, their influence persisted through cultural diffusion. Mesopotamian achievements in astronomy and mathematics, for instance, were transmitted to Greek scholars via Persian intermediaries. The sexagesimal basixty system, which Mesopotamian scribes had developed for calculating time and angles, survives. In our 60-minute hours and 360-degree circles. Likewise, legal traditions initiated by the Code of Hammurabi echoed in later Near Eastern, Roman, and Islamic jurisprudence. Religious and mythological themes also made their way into neighboring cultures. The Epic of Gilgamesh, though forgotten in its original form, influenced biblical narratives and Hellenistic philosophies exploring mortality, fate, and the limits of human power. Thus, while no empire or city-state could maintain Mesopotamia's direct cultural continuity, its heritage endured indirectly, woven into the fabric of Mediterranean, Middle Eastern, and later Western civilizations. Rediscovered by modern archaeology, this layered legacy reminds us that even when civilizations perish, their intellectual and cultural imprints continue, reshaped, reinterpreted, but never entirely lost. The story of Mesopotamia, from its earliest farming villages to the mighty empires of Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, and Assyria, stands as one of the clearest reminders of the enduring continuity of human civilization. Though the names of rulers, gods, and cities have faded from everyday memory, the essential patterns of human life remain recognizable. Across millennia, people have grappled with the same elemental challenges: how to organize societies, manage resources, assert authority, confront mortality, and seek meaning in a vast and unpredictable world. Mesopotamia's legacy reminds us that civilization is both fragile and resilient. Its earliest cities rose from marshy plains through extraordinary ingenuity in irrigation and agriculture, yet those same waterways could turn destructive. Empires expanded through daring military conquest, only to be undone by internal discord, environmental pressures, or unexpected invasions. The delicate balance between human ambition and natural limitation, between prosperity and collapse, was a recurring theme, one that remains strikingly relevant today. In tracing the arc of Mesopotamian history, we see echoes of our own modern societies. The struggles over power and governance, the search for knowledge, the codification of laws, and the building of monumental cities were not unique to ancient Iraq. They form part of a broader human story, repeated in different forms across continents and centuries. The anxiety of preserving order, the hope of securing legacy, and the desire to master both nature and fate are universal aspirations. Whether expressed through cuneiform tablets or digital screens. Moreover, Mesopotamia reminds us of the importance of cultural memory. Its achievements in astronomy, mathematics, and governance laid the groundwork for countless later civilizations. Yet for centuries, those contributions were buried and forgotten, only recovered through the painstaking work of archaeologists and scholars in the 19th and 20th centuries. This rediscovery not only reshaped our understanding of ancient history, but also underscored the fragility of knowledge itself. Ultimately, the Mesopotamian experience teaches a humbling lesson. While civilizations rise and fall, the core challenges of human existence endure. Every society must navigate the same questions about justice, sustainability, identity, and mortality. In remembering the triumphs and tragedies of humanity's first great urban experiment, we gain perspective on our own place in history, and a deeper appreciation for the interconnected continuity of the human journey.